logged in, my name changed into some Chinese language. I thought it's a bug because everything was okay. Only my name was in Chinese and everything was in English. I changed it back into my name, and then
S.W.Frost is now live streaming Remnant 2 Thai No Art
I changed
offers
back into
please
my
AAHh it's
name.
Monday.
But after one day when I logged in, I saw my all Steam valid balance is gone. Then I go to my account details and purchase history, and then I saw these two transactions. I mean, too many transactions: 112 market transaction, 17 market transaction first. $0.68 added into my account in first 17 transaction, and then 103 US dollar is gone. When I come to know that, I reported that to Steam support and asked them to help me in this regard. Then I the, check these transactions. I mean, from same seller, I purchased, which I was not purchased, but someone else purchased on my behalf. I don't know how it did happen because I have Steam card on, so I don't know how it did happen. Some Dota 2 items from same seller, all the Dota 2 items from same seller, you can see, and all the money has gone. When I reported to Steam, when I come to know that this is happened to me, I reported to that to the Steam, and their reply is more interesting than whatever happened. I am going to show you how Steam is going to help you in this regard if this happened to you. I changed my password, scan my PC for any malwares. Then I show you what Steam had to say.
That was rough.
Get the outsider! Get them!
Kata. Welcome to my channel.
That's a lot of clock. Hmm. Uh-huh.
So is this an accurate representation of what it's like to play Baldur's Gate 3? You can just do anything you fucking want?
People wanted me to watch this. 4 halfling barbarians? Was about to walk into a pub?
Fucking idiot.
Abomination. This is your end.
Huh. Wait, isn't she a main character and you just kill her? Oh my god. Fuck it. I remember this part was in the beta. I played this. This guy was an asshole. They're winning. Wow. Oh.
There was a misinput, calm down! You calm the fuck down!
Approach the dying monster. Listen.
Oh my god. So is this an accurate representation of what it's like to play Baldur's Gate 3? You can just do anything you fucking want? Because this is actually kind of interesting.
What a... Of course, Paxel Tick.
Ow! Perhaps I should have clarified? A helping hand? Anyone? Ow!
Ooh, 17.
Ow! That's it! Go on! Keep pulling!
I love how, like, the fat and short, like, halfling barbarians look like real people. I don't know what that's supposed to say.
Oh. Hello.
Yeah, it's like, I've seen that
Game.
guy.
The wind here.
Oh my god. I remember I played this part too.
Earth. Fire.
Jesus. Wait. Those were prisoners. And he just killed them all.
Take care of yourself.
And you can do that in the game too? Holy shit!
This book is far lighter than it should be with such a massive book.
What?
The
What?
sun shines, the pestilence grows, and the dwell has gems
Oh my-
for sale.
Oh my... This is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever seen. Oh, I watched this. There's a real guy in there, right? No, it's this guy. I think I played this, didn't I? Like 3 years ago, yeah.
You will join me.
That's a big ass sword. And I remember I watched this one too. Yeah. I killed these guys.
That's...
I feel like, yeah, because I want to say that if I do ever play this game,
Until
I
we
have
meet.
no intention of reloading to a previous save. I have no intention. Whatever happens, happens. That's part of the experience. What if you die? Well, whatever happens, right? I just go back to the
Hey, you're
previous save. Save scumming's lame as fuck. No, I think it's fine. You want to play the game that way, right? You want to have like a
Stop by
specific
any
experience
time.
to
You
it.
know
Go
where to
ahead.
find me.
But like, I just feel like the spontaneous nature, and it removes a lot of the. It removes a lot of the permanence and importance of things happening in the story, or in like the narrative of the playthrough. If you can just undo it all, does that make sense?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it kills the narrative of the playthrough.
This is just a...
Okay. You just got dicked on. You're about to see the halflings didn't do. Holy shit. Damn. Hey, yo, fuck them. What the fuck? What? Dude.
We must have this across the mug. Oh, we do it.
Eat it or else. Wait, you have to make this goblin literally eat shit? What? This is amazing.
It is.
You can, you don't have to? No, if you can make him eat shit, you have to make him eat shit. Oh my god. What the fuck is... Let me guess, these are all gonna... Yep. Oh, oh my... Jesus. And we can do any of this in the game. Yes. This is amazing. Oh my god. What a masterpiece. The video and the game, it seems. This is incredible. I'm gonna be real, like, this has made me want to play Baldur's Gate 3 almost more than the bear sex scene. Let's see this. That's how you introduce a villain. What's this?
Kill the goblin too.
What? No! You creaking old bag of shit!
Oh, damn. She says, what the fuck?
I'm so sorry, my lord. She's an unbeliever outside my control.
Try again.
Jesus. Oh, that was fucking good. Wow.
Brought to you by Incogni. You knew it, I knew it. Eventually I would have to stop using Mark Zuckerberg's face as the sole branding for the channel. So, time to Animorph. I'm Mr. Z now. No association. And that's Mr. B.
Hello.
That's right, we're rebranding the entire channel. I tell you what, they're so quirky and also family friendly.
Man, imagine these on a shirt, or a hat, or an M1 Garand.
Never forget what you're fighting for.
Okay, this is
Wounded. Dead. We are in a prison. Meet Hannah Stone.
How do you do?
She's a hardened criminal in solitary confinement. But she's also so cool that they let her smoke cigarettes in there. And the light comes on. Too bright for her eyes. Okay, so Stone saunters over to the door, and she puts her hand up to a scanner thing, and... Wait a minute, Mr. B.
That's not a normal hand. That's a robo-hand. What kind of customer are we dealing with here?
The machine scans her hand, and then a slot in the door opens up.
Lieutenant Stone, we hope you enjoyed the accommodation.
We hope you've been enjoying your stay in jail, Stone.
I don't have time for this.
Neither do I.
We're clued in that the voice behind the slot on the door is in fact the warden.
Oh, hi there, Warden. I'm no psychic, but I think you probably want me to pull some trigger in the name of democracy or something.
Is this seriously the voice actress for the game? Did you pick this game because she's funny foreign?
Not just her. Everyone.
You got my attention.
We got a mission for you, Stone. There's a problem that only you can solve.
The robot warden tells Stone,
we're gonna need you for one last job.
I'll do it, says Stone. You see, I've been given...
Life sentence. No parole.
This must be one hell of a dangerous mission if you want me to do it, Warden.
Whatever government programs you got there going, I'm cool with it.
You know what? I'll do it, says Stone. So...
Who's on the team?
Talk about starting a story with a bang. I, for one, can't wait to see what happens next.
You got my attention.
A few days later. It is the 22nd of August, 2022, and the time is 9:18 p.m. We are at a quaint little futuristic diner called the Atomic Heart. Stone is now in a police uniform and hanging out with a bunch of rowdies at the table.
We're about to find out who's on the team.
This is Doc. He's in charge of medical.
Where'd he get the name?
This is
Cortez.
His expertise is in explosives.
And this blonde-haired dazzler is Herzo. His job is keeping it real.
Now they're all just quietly sitting at the table, and there's a sort of tension in the air. And that's because they're on call for a big job. They're on duty.
But then the tension is broken when the cute rockabilly waitress slinks her way over.
Lieutenant?
Now it's 9:18 p.m., but Stone is ordering from the breakfast menu for some reason, and she says,
I have some eggs, beans, bacon, maybe 4 slices. No, 5. Definitely 5. Banana milkshake, coffee with cream. Please don't put milk in there. Very nice.
But the milkshake has milk in it, and the cream has lactose as much as milk does. What? Well, she is going to be very gassy on the mission later.
Maybe she's the explosives expert.
Some orange juice and a pack of salt.
Okay, so they're going for this trope where it's like 2 number 4s, a number 5.
Number 6 with extra dip.
Now we pan back over to Doc, and he is sad for some reason.
And he orders...
See, he's an alcoholic.
Like crippling, like my dad way, not like the funny my mum way.
We pan over to Herzog. He goes, oh, that's special. Now check this out. We pan back to Cortez. And notice something, Mr. B?
He doesn't use his words. He uses his fingers.
He's using sign language.
He's gone deaf from explosives. Do you reckon that's it?
Oh, that's quite good.
Yeah. That's actually interesting.
He's actually blind. Wait, so Cortez makes the order, but how does the waitress understand what he's saying? What, does she know sign language?
Yeah, she's a waitress at a downtown diner. Of course she reads sign language. She also knows Kung Fu.
So the waitress takes all the orders?
And Herzog gives us a reason to love him. He reaches over to his fork and just coyly slides it off the table.
Whoops, I dropped my fork. The waitress then has to crouch down to pick it up.
Doesn't she know we'll be able to see down her dress?
Keep the fork, honey. Here's mine.
The waitress handed him the same fork that fell on the floor. No, a new fork, please. The waitress comes back with some drinks, and Doc has his alcoholic beverage, and he gobbles it all down in one go. And then, instead of saying, I'm fully satisfied,
I'll have some more.
Whoa, take it easy, Tiger.
Yeah, Doc. Don't you know it's 9:18 p.m.? They just begun, big guy.
Yeah, Doc. Take it easy.
So now everyone's ordered, and the cool thing is everyone's order tells us a little bit about them as a character.
So Doc drinks too much, Cortez, deaf, Stone,
the hardest damn criminal you've ever seen,
but cannot drink dairy. And Herzog is, I guess, just a piece of shit.
But you know what? Betty's got a heart of gold and a fat cock.
Now, at the back of the cafe is a television, and somebody switches on the news.
Today is a bad day for Dower. Yesterday, the shares were still trading below their IPO price of $72 at $28.97 per share.
Now, the news is saying that the stock price for Dower Synthetics is down. But why does that matter? And what is Dower Synthetics?
Well, Dower Synthetics are the main company that makes these humanoid synthetic robot people that are used for the majority of hard labor across the world.
So it's like a Detroit Become Human sort of situation.
Yeah, but you can't have sex with them.
So it's like an iRobot sort of situation. Now the news carries on until we notice they are using the Keemstar Drama Alert sound effect in the background.
Without a clear counterpart on the public market, Dower...
I think you are 100% correct.
Let's get right into the news. Synthetics can be trained to say the N-word. Dower Synthetics down 90%.
Dower hosts synthetic story time for kids. Stock price down 90%.
The waitress then comes over with the food, and I will note that she is not holding any time. Although Stone is thrilled about the food.
Frankie, this shit is incredible.
Doc has a couple more drinks. Ring ring on the world's thickest phone.
It's the captain.
Stone picks up her phone.
Stone, I got a call from mainland.
I'm gonna need your team to get to Dower headquarters. Stat, there's not even time to finish your beans.
Send me the details, the sooner the better.
Right, the scene ends and we are flying over now to Dower Synthetics.
Ad time.
Look at this, Sandra. It's gifts from the world above. Incogni. Sandra, you and I, we live under the sea. What you don't know about living under the sea is everybody is trying to get your data all the time. That's why I use Incogni. It's your personal information removal service, man.
Incogni?
Put it under the sea. Copyright free. You're the crab now from The Mermaid.
Oh, more. Everything's better.
No, do not do. Incogni, it just makes sense. There's a whole bunch of people, they're stealing your data. What you want to do, serve them a bunch of legal notices. Say, hey, stop that right now, mister. So, yesterday, Sandra, I was shopping for guns online, right? And also a saw so I could make the barrel smaller. And then all of a sudden, I was at work the next day, and I'm getting ads, sawn off shotguns, 60% off, and my employer's looking, and I'm going, oh, I don't know why I'm getting these ads. I do. I could write to these tough customers and I could say, listen, I don't want you having my data anymore. But if I do that, it takes time. And then turns out there are thousands of companies that are taking my data. So what I do is sign up to Incogni. They scour all of these thousands of data collectors and then they write to them strongly worded letters.
If these data collecting companies have any objections, Incogni will write back as per our last email.
Article 1, Subclause 2, I don't think so, in big, bold exclamation mark. And the best part is, Sandra, you can use code Story Mode to get 60% off an annual plan.
This reminds me of a song. 60% off, under the sea.
There's a sea trawler coming.
Oh no, it's collecting our data.
These data companies are like big fishing nets.
And then Incogni is like one of those holes in the net, and then the sea turtle thinks he can get out. Well, he can't completely get out, but his little head can pop out of there, and so he's loving it.
Incogni's kind of like the can opener that releases the tuna that's trapped.
Incogni.com/story mode and use code story mode to get an exclusive offer of 60% off. Whoa, now that's a deal. Incogni, it means no worries for the rest of your days. And over.
Frankie, this shit is incredible.
Stone and the boys are speeding over to Dow Synthetics. Stone steps out of one of the police cars.
And she's got the kicks. And she's got a katana!
Alright, so they're getting ready for one hell of a fight. Herzog marches up with the brief.
What we know so far is that an unknown strike team attacked Dower Synthetics at 2100 hours. They busted in, barricaded inside, and turned off the grid. Everything would have gone smooth if the silent alarm wasn't triggered.
This is essentially a high-stakes robbery. There's a big group of people inside, bad guys, that are there to rob Dower Synthetics.
How many?
Too many.
How many? Too many. You got a specific number there?
Like, is that 5? Is that 500?
And also, when it comes to crime, 1 is too many. Herzog says, let's not go in yet. We haven't been given the order to go in and fight. But Stone, she likes some action, and she wants to go in there straight away.
And Herzog says, no, Stone.
We have to hang tight until a private police force, the Maverick, get here.
Otherwise the captain's gonna be up our ass again.
We go in.
Oh, okay. Okay then, Stone. You're the boss, Stone. So we're fighting and killing our way through the whole building until we reach a grand set of doors.
Hannah knocks. No answer. Well, time for plan B.
Cortez, plan the charge.
And Herzog says, I don't know, Stone. We're supposed to be keeping a low profile.
Cortez puts a silencer on his C4. Yo, wait, actually, I just realized something. He goes,
Cortez, plan the charge.
You reckon that's part of his character? He's faking being deaf?
Or maybe he just can't speak. Maybe he lost his tongue.
Cortez sets the explosive, and the squad goes running into the room. 2 thieves are wheeling away cartloads of briefcases. Whatever these people are here to steal, it's in those briefcases. My God.
What could be
Welcome
inside?
to my channel.
The squad gives chase.
But it turns out there's a lot of these thieves, and they're well armed.
And Stone's so good with her katana, she's like behind the bad guy and in front of the bad guy.
And they were Momo Shinderyu.
They carry on throughout the building, making funny quips at each other. For example, this one.
How does it feel to be an old grumpy alcoholic?
I don't know. How does it feel going down in your system?
Oh, that's how Cortez lost his tongue.
Alright, it feels like we have to be the translator for this game. Because Herzog then replies to that.
I'm from Wisconsin.
What does that mean? Next, they reach another obstacle, another door. Cortez then throws his entire body weight against the door, not realizing, oh, slidey one.
Hannah and the team make it to a big boss room.
Suddenly, the exterior wall explodes.
I'm a big robot spider and I'm pretty scary and I got weapons.
This robot spider goes marching into the room and it's destroying everything.
So Stone takes it on with her guns and her brand new katana.
But the spider ain't going down that easy.
You'll never stop me with just those things.
But what this spider drone doesn't know is that Stone's packing.
I am completely oblivious. And I am marching towards you, Miss Stone.
Stone has ordered in a missile strike, and it comes right in through the ceiling and hits the big robot.
No, a missile, my one weakness.
Fade to black. The next scene opens to a very decorated officer walking around, and he is being followed closely behind by Tom Cruise. Now the shot cuts back to the squad as a whole pile of men rush into the room. These are mercenaries. These are not the same people who were robbing the building.
Guys are in big trouble this time, Stone.
Now, there's a lot of these dudes, right, and they're all pointed their guns directly at a squad of 4. Oh no, what will be their fate? But nobody opens fire. Instead, the blonde, very evil-looking man steps forward.
This man is called Richter.
You better get on your knees, Stone. You're in big trouble this time.
On your knees.
Hey, we are with the police.
Shut the hell up.
You know he's a bad guy because he cussed.
Can we censor that bit out?
On your knees. Hands. So I can see them.
And you, Stone, best you take off your shoes as well. Feetsies, so I can see them, please.
All right, Mr. B.
Spoffin.
What the heck
Welcome to my
is
channel.
going on?
All right, so you remember how about 2 minutes ago, Stone wasn't meant to go rushing into the building? Well, that's because there's a mercenary group called the Mavericks, and they were meant to be the first ones to go in and stop the robbers. These are not the same guys that Stone's been fighting this whole time. Now, this guy here is the leader of the Mavericks. His name is Richter, and he's not too happy that Stone's come barging in.
Take the gear.
Tom Cruise then gives Stone a shove with his shoulder. Now, Stone does not like that very much. She's about to give him a piece of her mind. But then Richter grabs Stone by the hair and puts a gun in her face. This situation is getting very tense, Mr. B. Richter is just about to shoot Miss Stone in the face until a new guy walks into the scene.
But I think we've seen this guy before.
It is the captain. You know, the guy from the phone. The captain says,
Let him go, Richter.
Stone's life is spared. But now, we have our big bad for the game. The team has finished its mission. They are headed back out the front door. But you may notice that Herzog has something in his hand. It's one of those silver briefcases. You know, one of those 14 briefcases that those burglars were stealing before.
There's something you need to see, Stone. Cash.
It's full of cash.
What?
Cash. They were stealing cash.
But that doesn't make any sense, because in this beautiful cyberpunk future, you can't use cash here.
What's the point? You can't even fucking use it in this part of the world.
What a mystery. Stone says, all right, let's take the briefcase and one of these bodies then back to the base, and we can do some forensic analysis on them. The squad then all heads back to the base after a successful mission.
Cash.
On your knees.
Hey, we are with the police.
Shut the hell up.
So, we are now at police headquarters. Hannah walks over to the kitchen, and she gets a drink from the drinks vending machine. Ah, delicious Mulvaney flavor.
No, we can't put it in every video.
We can, we absolutely. Ah, the Mulvaney flavor. Now, she's about to bend down to pick it up, when all of a sudden...
Detective. What a pleasant surprise.
Hi there.
Her name is Madame Wong.
Well, I mean, if she's Wong, I don't want to be Wong.
Wow, look at the size difference.
Yeah, she's like 6'5", I'm telling you.
Did they de-blue a Navi? Madame Wong says...
Cash.
You will find my report on your desk tomorrow morning.
Thank you for letting me know.
Now, we don't really know what the significance of this is yet.
But I tell you what is significant, the sexual tension between these two characters on the screen right now.
There'll be a lot to discuss once you're free.
Ooh. Madame Wong then leaves, and Hannah cracks open a cold one.
Looking forward to it.
She drinks the Mulvaney juice and becomes fabulous. Fade to black. We then open up now to the captain's office. So Stone is there in the office and she is being scolded, reprimanded by the captain. He's saying,
"You fucked it all up. What the hell were you thinking?"
I don't know, Cap. Standard police procedure?
Stop playing dumb with me, girl. We're in deep shit. Tower Synthetic is about to pull the plug.
What?
They want to take you down. And the rest of the team.
what is this music? All of a sudden, an oboe shows up, and a lady begins singing.
I don't understand.
Welcome to my channel.
Technically speaking, our contract with the city expires early next year. They believe that Angle should take over next week. They're making arrangements as we speak.
So in case you can't hear over the opera, the issue is, because of Stone and her team's antics, they're going to dissolve this police force. And the only reason Stone got let out of prison was to be here. So, police force gone, she goes back to jail.
And you're saying it's my fault?
No, but your shit was the last drop.
My shit?
Shut the hell up and listen. I raised your outfit like my own children.
And my real children, I trained them like a squad.
I was always there like a good father when some of you made a mess. But this time things are more serious.
The captain says the city administration is not quite decided whether they're going to dissolve the police force, but it's looking like it's going to happen. So for now, keep your bloody head down.
It's messy.
Aye, aye.
I'm gonna give him a little kiss.
Oh, she did! Can we watch that again? Yeah. And editor, could you please make it so that it's actually me she's kissing?
That's enough. That's enough, Stone.
Oh, how can I stay mad at you?
We leave the captain's office and a lady with a cat shows up.
Can we just on screen put side by side this actress in Metal Gear Solid 5 and this actress in this game?
That's Quiet.
Yeah, that's Quiet.
Oh, serious?
There's something about her features that are slightly less recognizable.
I feel like I hate her more.
So, Quiet says, how bad is it? Like, are they definitely gonna dissolve the force that you're on, or?
Totally? Or there's a chance.
I hope so.
Drop by before you go.
Quiet then walks away and the scene ends. Oh, Mr. B, there's a shower scene.
Oh.
So Emma turns on the shower with a light switch.
Oh my god.
Emma poops in the shower and then squashes it down the drain with her foot. And then she gets dressed and she heads off to the cafeteria. There is no one at the cafeteria, but suddenly a bowl of fish head, some cereal, plus sausage, and Jell-O arrives. And Stone also grabs a coffee. And she sits down to eat. She's looking at the fish head. I kind of hope it's suddenly just goes like, looks at her. Hannah rejects the soup. She throws it to the side. Hannah then starts in on the main course. She does battle with the cutlery. The food. So she decides not to sip the coffee because it's got lactose in it, and she looks over to see
the squad.
They were here. Why did she sit down on her own? What's wrong with her?
Well, I'll tell you why, Mr. Z. It's because Stone is haunted by her past. Stone suffers from very frequent flashbacks we're going to be seeing a lot of. And she's having one right now.
Cut to an apartment building downtown.
What's she doing?
She's there to take care of some business.
Why'd you say it like that?
Floor 3. The door opens. She steps into the nicest rent-controlled apartment in New York City. Then on tippy toes, she approaches a door. Stone opens the door, hoping to find treasure inside.
Police!
On the ground is a dead nurse, still wearing the nurse hat. There's blood all around. This is a murder. But where is the murderer? She bends down and gives the corpse a wet willy.
Yep, no luck.
She radios into dispatch. She goes,
HQ, I found the body. She's been dead for a few hours now.
Detective Stone, please stand by.
Great.
Well, if she's talking to HQ, that must mean that this isn't just some rogue mission. She's here on police business.
But while she's on the radio, man shows up behind her.
For the God. Stone goes into Vats mode. This man has tattoos, long hair, very dirty, and he's wearing a singlet. I deduce
this man might just be bonkers.
Now, Stone says,
one more step and I'm putting you down.
but the man keeps walking towards her.
It wasn't my fault. I fucking told her.
And we can see that he's holding a gun.
We will figure it out.
Mr. B, I'm starting to miss the Forspoken voice actors.
On your knees, hands over your head.
It seems like Stone's losing her cool, but this man is bunking far too hard. He raises his pistol and cusses.
Fuck you!
Miss Stone fires.
Did I just do that? I just shot him with my freaking gun!
HQ, suspect down.
No, there's no reason to do a wet willy check. He's definitely dead. Stone then walks into the next room, SWAT style. She opens the door and sees a young boy. Stone has her gun drawn, but the boy doesn't react. He says,
I'm afraid so.
She says, smiling.
Mind if I sit?
Stone sits down beside the young boy, and she goes,
Oh. Is the space runaway? I loved the show when I was your age. No spoilers. You have my word.
So Stone sits with the boy and watches Space Runway.
You're not a regular cop, are you?
No, I used to be in jail for war crimes. Anyway, I killed your parents.
How could you tell?
You came in and killed my dad.
What happened here?
You shot Mom. Right in the head.
I need a new mom. Will you be my new mom?
Would you stay with me? At least for a while?
The kid looks deeply into Stone's eyes, and the flashback ends.
All right, so bear with us. We've just come out of one flashback. We're about to go into another flashback. But this one is an anime.
What?
Just watch.
All right, so Stone is now an anime. She has bizarre anime hair. She is of high school age. Perhaps she will fall in love with the cute, quiet boy who sits in the corner of the classroom and also happens to be 92.
You're telling me that I have a persona?
You think I have to save the world? But I'm just a high school girl.
And finals are next week. Look at the time. If she doesn't get going now, she's going to be late to school and she'll have to run with a piece of toast in her mouth.
She chooses her favorite Pokemon.
Bunelby.
Rabbit Chew. What do you mean, a digital world with digital monsters?
Oh? But what's this? Some sort of broken vial of medicine? Is she injecting some sort of intravenous drugs? Mr. B, this anime is boring. How come this one isn't all pixelated and she's not crying? Anime's over. Anyway, Herzog shows up.
Daijoubu?
What?
I said, you don't look so good. Hannah, you okay?
You're not flashing back, are you? He goes, yeah, I kind of was, but that's okay.
It's nothing.
Good bowl of soup is better than sex, Stone.
We see the top-down shot of a body laying on a medical table underneath a sheet. All we can see is the feet poking out at the bottom. Stone and Doc lift the sheet off the body, and Doc says,
All right, Stone. So this guy we got here is one of the people who was robbing the Dower Synthetic headquarters, which you'll remember from this cutscene.
John Doe.
Impossible.
Well, that's what I thought. So we ran a few tests. DNA, retina scan, fingers, nothing. Never existed.
So Stone asks,
can someone not be in the system?
Nah, when a child is born, he's automatically in the system.
Yeah, I know.
Then why did you ask?
But can somebody hack or alter the data?
Nah, it's all analog.
So essentially, either this guy doesn't have any birth or identification records, which is impossible, or he's connected to people who have the crazy amount of resources you'd need to make someone completely anonymous in this cyberpunk dystopian future.
What a mystery. So then Stone asks, well, what about his gun? Surely there's some sort of information there.
Well,
suddenly the phone rings. Stone walks over to the morgue rotary phone and picks it up.
Hello, Morgue here.
Hello, it's me, Vivian, the gunsmith.
I heard you have a gun.
Who told you that?
Herzog?
She then hangs up on the gunsmith.
Hello? Hello? You got a gun?
Come on, let's go see the gunsmith. Doodly-doodly-doo, they leave the morgue.
Stone and Doc go and meet with Vivian the gunsmith in her office.
Agent Mulder, Agent Scully.
Here it is. What do you think?
This specimen was brand new until recently. You can still find traces of copies.
Where did this come from?
Hard to tell.
It's a mystery. Even I don't know where this gun came from, and I'm quiet from Metal Gear Solid 5. So not only was that guy connected enough to be anonymous, but he also had access to secret black market high-end military gear? How very mysterious. Now suddenly, Stone gets a call on her Bluetooth headset.
It's the captain. What has he got to say?
Turn on the news. Dower Synthetics filed for bankruptcy. A bunch of synthetics about to start a riot.
Okay, Doc, the captain said that Dower Synthetics just went out of business, and now a bunch of their synths have started a riot in Kowloon Park nearby. We got to get over there and stop them.
All right, so suddenly the elevator doors open up and there is a police helicopter ready to take them in because they are about to fly off to the biggest, baddest mission they ever done did. We are now in a helicopter and we are headed over to Kowloon Park. That is the scene of the riot. Hey Herzog, why are the synthetics rioting?
Yeah, I don't know, Stone. Aren't they just mindless construction robots that don't even have souls or feelings? There'd be no need for them to riot.
And Herzog continues on to say,
Question. Do synths count as property? In a way, I guess they do.
That's a lot to think about.
Have you ever seen a synthetic?
No.
The squad has their poignant discussion interrupted by the captain on the radio. He says,
Stone, give them hell. They might look human. They might act human. They're not. Open fire.
Okie dokie.
Stone slides the helicopter door open and Herzog grabs his sniper rifle.
Herzog, sync your rifle with me.
Ready.
They look down into a children's playground and they can see a bunch of synths running around.
Looks like he's fucking around on the monkey bars.
Open fire! Open fire!
And Herzog opens fire like it's Sniper Elite 5. Ball shot.
Here they come.
No, it's just a super soaker. We're playing in the park.
Bring the bird down. We continue on foot.
The squad land and mop up the rest of the synths. And curiously, Stone finds one of them that hasn't died yet from all of her bullets. She walks over to it.
What the hell? He's begging for mercy.
You don't have to do this.
He might just be human after all. Doc comes in and says, pay it no mind, Stone.
There's only one thing for this. And then Doc gives the synth a prescription.
Take 2 of these and call me in the morning.
Better be safe than sorry.
Alright, now that everyone is dead, the riot has well and truly been quelled. So now it's time for Stone and her squad to get the heck out of there, before the cops start coming around.
Alright guys, we just need to be of going to the helicopter so we can do getting out of here.
Wait a minute.
You see that guy in black?
And in the distance, they can see a bald synthetic guy.
Is that the leader of the synthetics? The head synthetic? The syntho boss?
The boss baby of the synths?
There's no time for that, Stone. We gotta get back to that helicopter.
So Stone and the squad make their way to the helicopter, which is now landed deeper in the park. So they run across a small stone bridge towards it,
but then, dink, 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 donk.
It's a grenade! Get down!
Oh my god. Miss Stone is caught in the blast. Oh no, is she dead?
Oh no, it was actually like a meter. She's fine. Look at her.
But, oh no! A new wave of synths pour in and they start shooting the evac heli. This was an ambush. It's looking bad for Stone, but it's about to get worse. The camera pulls out and we can see that big boss synth standing on the broken bridge and he's looking down at Stone menacingly. Stone calls out,
Who the fuck are you, man?
And the syntho boss replies,
let us be. Resistance is futile.
Can't do that, 8-ball.
I was hoping you would be more synth-pathetic to our peaceful cause, but alas, we must now peacefully fight to the death.
Stone, full of rage,
goes running at the synthetic boss. They're fighting. They're duking it out with swords and guns and fists. But Miss Stone is the best fighter of them all, so she bests the Syntho boss. But before she finishes him off,
What is it that you synthetics want? Why are you doing up the riot?
have you considered that we robots are the real humans? And you humans are actually the robots? You know, so think about it, right?
No, that's kind of stupid.
Oh, well, I thought that might work. Sometimes it does. While they're having this discussion, the helicopter is still taking fire. It's about to crash. Explosion! The blade just flying off. Flames everywhere. Now, at this point, we don't actually know whether the squad was on that helicopter that just exploded.
Here they come.
Are they dead?
There's no time to mourn now. I've got to focus on finishing the mission. Killing that boss Synth.
But just before she launches into another attack, she's shot. Mr. No!
Right where my armor was.
The camera shot reverses, and we see another synthetic, but this time a lady one.
This female synth was the one that shot Stone, and it looks like she was trying to save the synth boss? The girl synth keeps firing at Stone, and Stone stops, drops, and rolls. While she's busy, the synth boss courageously runs away and jumps onto his own escape helicopter that just appears from somewhere, and he bravely escapes. You know, for the cause. He swings past his synth waifu, and she says,
Can I come too? Alright, but there's no room on board, so you're gonna have to hang out the side.
The synth boss grabs her arm, and she's dangling from the helicopter. A bullet flies in and tears into the boss's chest, but it was Herzog.
It was a fake out. The squad wasn't in the helicopter. The robo boss drops his girlfriend. No.
But he can't stop to get her, so the robo boss makes his escape.
End of scene.
Sometime later, the police are now at the park where this whole big gunfight just went down, and they're surveying the aftermath and starting on the cleanup.
And the captain shows up on the scene, and he does not look pleased, not one bit. God damn it, Stone. Do you have any idea the mess you've made? Not one arrest.
This is Kowloon Park, for God's sake.
Damn it, Stone. I said no civilians this time.
What in the world happened?
Standard police procedure. You know, Cap.
Holy shit. They sure do look human.
You have never seen one before?
Sir, their leader. Evil.
Yes, there was a guy, heavily scarred, gang tattoos. He seemed to be in charge. He escaped on a helicopter. A black heli, military spec. There was a weird thing about his escape. He had to go with him.
A female?
Yes.
We got her. She's alive.
The camera pans down, and we see the synth boss's girlfriend lying unconscious on the ground.
I question her.
Herzog then interrupts the captain. He's saying, Captain, I got a theory. Might not be true, but just entertain me for a moment.
Sir, too many things happen at once. The heist, the body, now this.
What do you mean?
Every lead we have says there's a new player in town.
Get to the damn point.
I'm just saying that we might be on the wrong side here.
Oh, shit! Detective Stone has a lead. Wake up. This case reeked from the very start. Do I need to explain how you get paid at the end of each month?
Sorry, Stone, that was cryptic. What I'm trying to say is that I'm aware that this whole synth situation with Dower is very suspicious, but this police force is essentially funded by Dower. So we can't go around asking questions like, why do these synths look and act so concerningly human, Stone? We can't do it. So you just gotta keep your nose to the ground, Stone, and just keep doing the job they give you. And we fade to black. We then fade in to Doc putting that female synthetic into the back of a SWAT van. She's under arrest.
Doc throws the synthetic in the back of the van like an old bag of synthetic potatoes. Whee! He then closes the door, ending the scene.
You don't have to do this.
We are now back at Police HQ, and we are in the captain's office because we're all in big trouble.
Right. Well, you passed the mission. You did everything that was expected of you. See, I'm furious, naturally.
I wasn't born yet. okay?
The captain takes a flask of poison out of his top drawer and starts pouring it into his glass. This is the end. I think they're actually trying to imply that it's alcohol. Anyway, he takes a big sip.
Is that meant to be cool? Because it's like he breathed out after.
It's not meant to be. It is cool.
Sir.
Shut up, Herzog. I am monologuing, says the captain.
Mistakes are being made. This is not a souvenir.
The captain then glances at a horn in a glass box.
Sir Nathaniel Wallace used to rally his troops with the sound of this horn. Whenever the Germans heard the horn, they were so scared that suffocating on mustard gas was a better option than facing Sir Nathaniel's grit.
Look at this thing on the wall next.
1916. It was later passed, along with the revolver, to his children that fought the Germans in a different war. The sound of this horn was somebody's babe. Sir Nathaniel's grandchildren fought the Viet Cong. Then his grandchildren's children fought Taliban. Guess what? The sound of this horn meant instant perdition and devastation.
But then the captain becomes wistful, and he says,
"What I didn't have was children. I get that I was never fit for fun."
Herzog pipes up again.
Sir, I just want to say...
You shut the hell up, Herzog. I ain't done yet.
Wow, maybe he does have it in him to be a father.
The cat then turns and goes,
You motherfuckers are like my own children. And I cannot believe my own eyes when I arrive on the scene. Bodies, dead policemen, a crashed helicopter, dead fucking androids, piles of corpses, uniforms or not. This shit is all over the news.
The captain then throws the book at Herzog.
We then cut to Stone. She's sitting in the chair. She's covered in blood.
Do you have a wet wipe? I'm really pretty disgusting, man. Captain?
Look, we didn't expect resistance.
You have to stay vigilant. Always.
The captain then tells everyone, all right,
Get out of my sight.
Dismiss.
everyone stands up. They go to the, we look on Emma's chair, and it's just like a big bloody imprint.
Lieutenant, one more thing. Look, in due time, I won't be able to protect you. You'll have to make hard decisions and take care of the boys.
Listen, Stone, although you're locked up for war crimes, and I always blame you for everything, one day I'll be passing the torch on to you. Anyway, now you can leave.
We then fade to black. And when we open to the next shot, we see Stone going in for a shower. Ooh.
Do you reckon she's going to take her clothes off?
Let's find out.
Okay.
Chastity belt, underwear. Emma then steps into the shower.
And just before it gets good, the scene ends.
Yokohama Ramen Museum.
You know what, Mr. B? I think it's time for a bit of an intermission. See, the thing is, we really cut this game to shreds. And in doing so, we have reconstructed, Frankenstein together, a sensible game. But I don't think the audience can really appreciate how bewildering it is at times. And so, let's just indulge ourselves for this particular chapter by showing some of the random socializing scenes that happen. You can get a sort of grasp for what the game is like on a minute-by-minute basis.
We open to a neon-lit ramen stall at nighttime.
Vivienne and Stone are now sitting down to a ramen dinner, and they're having a nice girl chat when all of a sudden, no, Herzog shows up.
Hey, we were in the middle of something here.
I smell cat's piss for some reason. What could it be? Hi, Vivian.
Jesus fucking Christ, you're an animal.
No, Stone. I'm a gourmet. Place your bet and let the Wheel of Fortune make a choice for you. Tonkotsu? That's a good one. First, you observe the bowl. Appreciate it.
According to the record of the Yokohama Ramen Museum, ramen originated in China and made its way to Japan in 1859.
Okay, you know how we flashbacked into anime for no reason? Well, now we are going to VO into Australian for no reason.
We know that the first specialized ramen shop opened in Yokohama in 1910. Tonkotsu, the pork bone, is something Lieutenant Hannah Stone was really looking forward to, and so did Sergeant Arnold Herzog.
I have a big question.
Oh yeah, what is it, Mr. B?
Why did they do this?
You know, I've been having that same question the whole way through the game. We've edited it down so it doesn't seem so bewildering.
To my channel.
But it's like this the whole way through. Then Vivian says what we're all thinking.
Eat the pork.
But Herzog pushes her back and goes,
No. Just touch it. What's important here is to apologize to the pork by saying, see you soon.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Herzog.
Oh, at least slurp the soup.
Shut the fuck up, Herzog.
Sometimes I feel that you hate joy. A good bowl of soup is better than sex, Stone.
You're just doing it wrong. What's the deal with you and this goddamn soup?
Soup.
I enjoy life, not the soup. Pretty good, though. Something I really missed in the camp.
That's right. Herzog used to be in jail as well until he was put onto the police force.
That means you had a summer.
Okay, enough just watching. Herzog is about to say an important bit, so listen closely.
Was this crazy Russian chick? Some serious money.
Don't worry, that was actually a critical plot point. That is going to come up later.
They actually locked up a woman with you?
Don't say it.
No, it was me who got locked up with her.
When they arrested him, he was drinking from one of the Dylan Mulvaney cans. Okay, so at this point, they finally decide to eat food. They hand over the chopstick, and then they go, fellas, I don't think the audience is confused enough. So you think they're going to dissolve the police force, or...?
No, I hope not, because that wouldn't mean Hannah has to go back to jail.
Oh, for the war crimes.
Yeah, for the war crimes.
Missed one there. And a new scene begins. We are back at the diner, the Atomic Diner.
I thought that was the end of the game. I got really worried. Oh, yes! What happens? What happens?
Miss Stone sits down across from the deaf guy and Doc. Alright, Mr. B, here you're about to see some riding chops. They are going to swap between 4 talking points in the space of 1 sentence. Watch this.
Hey.
Hey, yourself. You want something? My treat.
Doc starts by trying to butter up Stone by offering to buy her anything she wants off the menu.
How's your drink?
Tastes like regret.
Stone then pivots to addressing Doc's crippling alcoholism.
Stone, you sure don't want a slice of that bacon?
Doc tries again and offers Stone some of his food this time.
Spare me the sin of making you lose weight.
Completely unprovoked, Stone just calls Doc fat, which is never okay, by the way.
You think you can ask Madame Wong if she has a thing for me? Like, you know, girl talk?
Remember Madame Wong, that lady from the vending machine earlier that was very clearly into Stone? Well, Doc has a thing for her and wants Stone to see if he has a chance. That's why he was trying to bribe her.
I think that seat is taken.
Stone then says that no, Madame Wong's probably already taken. If this is getting confusing, don't worry, because Madame Wong never comes up in the story ever again. But don't worry, guys. Herzog's just showed up. Here he is, the life of the party.
Oh, I bet he's got a joke and everything.
Oh, and Vivian's with him too. Okay, come on, Herzog, what do you got?
I bet he walks in and goes, "Whoa, I'm from Wisconsin."
He points out, man, Doc's fat.
Jesus, won't you please stop?
All right, knock it off.
You seem to be very hostile today, Hannah.
Shut the hell up, all of you!
She is under a lot of stress with the weight of the responsibility she has for this team.
Doc takes another sip of alcohol.
Vivian pipes up to cut the tension.
I think I'll have a shake.
And Stone says,
What did I do to deserve you?
Now, there's a note here from the editor, and it says this. There is no editing here. This is just simply the next scene. We are now doing a karaoke minigame. In
German to 99 Luftballons.
But then by the end, they're all up dancing.
You know what? All's forgiven, says the captain. The inexplicable scene ends. And mercifully, so too does the chat.
You seem to be very hostile today, Hannah.
Shut the hell up, all of you. Okay.
So, we move on to the next scene.
Stone meets up with Doc and Cortez outside of the interrogation room at Police HQ. Through the window, we can see that female synthetic sitting alone at the interrogation table. Stone asks,
What is she?
Doc pipes up. He says,
I don't know, Stone. She's meant to be a synth, but everything about her almost seems human.
Stone enters the interrogation room. God, she's tall.
There are a few questions I need to ask you. You got a protocol or something?
Protocol?
Yeah, like directive on how you should be questioned by the police.
There's no firmware, officer.
All right, look, there's a lot of very cryptic dialogue, so we're just going to simplify it for you. The answer is no. There is no protocol for these synthetics to talk to the police.
Identify yourself. What's your number?
A number? A number?
My name is October.
The robot rejects the idea of a number. This is my name instead. I am human.
Who gave you the name?
October shrugs, but she isn't going to say. So Stone changes tack. She says,
You know, you are awfully calm right now.
You don't seem to be bothered by all this.
What's the worst thing that could happen?
Well, says Stone, very threateningly.
Bunch of things. You don't act along.
First question.
Why did you attack the police?
When Dower Synthetics seized all operations, we were to be recalled by the bank. Do you know what recall is?
No, I don't.
What happens when you get recalled?
New mission, new memories, if any.
Stone clarifies.
So they just wipe your memory or something?
So they just make you forget things?
They do, and I'm angry about it. Grr, I don't want that to happen to me.
I don't want to forget things.
Detroit become human.
I don't want
28 stabbing.
Also, iRobot.
I did not murder him. Things.
Stone tells that robot to calm down.
I get it. Stop the drama, okay?
All right, let me ask you the next question. What do you do exactly? Like, I know you're a rogue synth, but what do you do on a day-to-day basis? What's your job?
October gestures, asking Stone for one of her cigarettes. Stone obliges. She lights it in her own mouth before putting it into October's. They call that one the old jailbird kiss.
I just want to point out, she's not handcuffed.
October then laments. She says,
I was working in a steel mill, and it was really tough. They used us to do all the really hard work, and also there was dangerous stuff. It is a very tough life to be a synth.
Stone says,
It must have been a difficult job working in a steel mill.
Must be a shithole.
Yes, that is why I ran away. That is why I tried to escape. All right, says Stone. Let me ask you the next question.
When were you activated?
When were you born? How old are you?
I don't remember.
My memories have been wiped too many times for me to know just how old I truly am.
But Stone's on to the next question. She asks,
I heard that you guys had some sort of special robo implants on you.
What's the purpose?
What do they do?
Pain, mostly.
The implants exist to cause pain.
Wow, that sounds like a terrible implant. I wouldn't want that.
So if a violation occurs, I get zapped.
Zapped?
Yeah.
Do you feel pain?
Do you?
I don't get it. If you're a synth robot and you don't want to get zapped, why don't you just obey? What reason would there be to not just comply with your orders?
Sometimes you get tired.
Wait, you get tired? As a synth?
You don't get it, do you? I'm flesh and bones, just like you.
She's only human, after all.
I mean, then why is Stone putting the blame on her?
I just don't get it. Furthermore, says the synth lady.
Fucking heat, no food and water, hard conditions to survive.
Okay, we're not making this up, right? She really says this. In fact, it would be better to be a robo-sex worker in this world than to be having to do all this hard labor. But let me put that in a more crass way.
I'd rather be a good fuck than a roughneck.
The shot cuts over to the two-way mirror.
Doc's like, good fuck, huh? Yeah.
Wait, listen, you gotta dress for the job you want. You can't be hanging out still in your construction worker outfit if you're gonna go be a robo-sex worker.
You know how it is. You're going down the red light district. It's kind of dark. You can't see them. You see the one pretty girl, but she's wearing high vis, you think, that's her.
But then if the police come along, you just stand beside some cones.
Yeah.
You're like, it's fine, it's fine.
Stone finally asks October about the leader of these rebel synths. She says,
Who was this guard drone? Is he the one calling the shots?
But October doesn't give out any information. Stone gets very frustrated at her.
Look, I ain't got all day. Here's what's going to happen next. My boys will get down here and start tearing your fucking carcass apart, and I'll make sure you're with us until they're through. You got that?
But October, she doesn't care much for Stone's threats. She says,
I came into this world in a body bag. I have no trouble leaving the same.
So Stone calms down. He goes, well,
You're a curious case, F-188.
says Stone derisively, deliberately not using October's real name.
But then, October flips the script. She asks Stone a question that Stone might just not have the answer to.
How do you know you're not one of us?
You know.
I'm not.
Oh, well, case closed.
That's the beauty of it. Not everyone is a mindless doll. Sometimes they wake you up, you know, with memories of yesterday.
Which is my cryptic way of saying they often give synths fake memories. So you have a false backstory to your whole life. You could be a synth, Miss Stone. Just like moi. Do you ever have flashbacks, Miss Stone? You know, anime style?
That's dumb, says Stone. But you have given me a lot to think about.
Stone then turns and quietly leaves the interrogation room.
Stone meets back up with Doc and Cortez.
Doc says, wow, the organic way that she acts and speaks. I gotta say, it's human, after all.
Wait, but wasn't Doc the guy that in the previous scene just shot one that was begging for his life in the head?
Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. Yes, she very much seems to think that she is human.
But then what do we do next? Says Doc.
Stone says, you should
take blood samples, figure it out.
That'll help us to figure out if maybe they're more than just robots. Maybe they're made with pieces of human or something. We have to find a quantifiable way to figure out how much blame to put on them.
Now?
You got other plans?
Doc reluctantly agrees. And that's the end of the chapter.
I don't want to forget.
We fade back in from Black, and Sugoi, we're in another anime flashback.
Miss Stone is there in the waiting room of our hospital.
You can call her Stone-chan, it's fine.
She's looking around at all the other sick patients. Ooh, they disgust her. Stone stands up and walks forward. And she kind of looks like, oh, when's my turn to see a doctor?
Don't worry.
Then, to her right, a kindly nurse comes over and says, don't worry, Miss Stone. You'll get all the medicine you need.
Everything is going to be all right.
The kindly nurse leads Stone down the solemn halls of the hospital. And finally, Stone reaches the doctor's office. The doctor's drinking some sort of fancy tea while he's reading the newspaper. He offers Stone a seat and then places a blue folder with a bag of red pills in front of her. Stone pipes up. She says,
What's this?
The treatment.
I don't understand.
Latent tuberculosis infection is no joke. This is isoniazid. Once daily for 9 months.
Mr. B, what's happening?
So it would seem that Hannah Stone is here about the treatment of latent tuberculosis.
Ooh, who'd she get that from? Probably sharing toilet seats or something.
Okay. You need me to sign something?
Only the check.
I'm sorry.
It's an antibiotic. It costs money. Come on.
Okay. How much?
£8,000.
You know I don't have the number of that which money number?
Where am I supposed to find the money?
That's for the first month.
But we have insurance?
Your insurance covers ambulance costs. Maybe a doctor's visit. It doesn't cover the drug.
What kind of people are you?
So it looks like Stone needs this life-saving medicine for the tuberculosis, but it costs too much money. Now, let's just take this step by step. I've been to many doctors. I'm a sickly man, unfortunately. At what point do you discuss the payment of pharmaceuticals with the doctor?
Never. It's like, what are you going to do, negotiate? Like, what's...
I like the idea. How much is it going to cost? He doesn't know that. 8,000.
$2? It's just like, it's completely wrong.
Stone storms out of the doctor's office without the medicine. And the doctor cracks a smile.
An evil smile. He loved that. He loved that.
I love it when people die.
Think I'll be having one of these. Maybe just for
He takes one of the pills and puts it into his pipe and then takes out $1,000 bill and slides it smoothly.
Okay, you need me to sign something?
Herzog had a hunch on something. He started digging around in the archive. He found an old tape. He wants everyone to watch.
Watch this.
In the footage, Hannah Stone is sitting on one side of the table, interviewing a guy on the other side, Mustafa Mercer. Now, we haven't met Mustafa Mercer before, but Hannah has. While looking at the monitor, Stone says,
Mustafa Mercer. My first case. Maybe second. He's a submarine smuggler. Should have killed him when I had a chance.
I remember the name.
Herzog says that he's familiar with the case.
Fast forward this bullshit.
Herzog fast forwards to a good bit. This is where Stone shines. Her powers as an interrogator unmatched.
You do understand that I will fucking kill you.
Which you actually can't do.
Either I tell you and walk out of here or you put a bullet in my head, Sheriff.
Threats aside, Mustafa then says something pretty interesting. He says,
I came to this world in a body bag. You think I'm afraid to leave it the same way?
He said poetically. Wait a minute. I've heard that badly written, broken piece of English before. This is what the female synth was saying.
Maybe they know each other. Maybe we've got ourselves a lead?
What do you think?
Stone's neurons are firing in overdrive.
Too many things at once.
Well, I better go talk to this Mustafa Mercer guy and see if he knows anything about these simps. We see the last little bit of this interrogation footage.
Say, up with me, girl. Deep top.
I don't think you're allowed to do that.
No, she turned her body cam up.
So she shoots Mustafa and then goes, it looks like I got my confession.
Doc asks,
did you let him go?
Uh-huh. I'll take Cortez. He wants ramen. And I want some answers.
So Stone and Cortez leave.
And then the scene ends.
That is just this game. And then the scene ends. Stone and Cortez head off to find Mustafa Mercer. The scene opens to the beautiful stone facade of a club called the Deaf Panther Club.
Stone and Cortez roll up in their Maserati police cruiser. But as they approach the front entrance, the doors swing open and two dudes start walking out.
Damn, that bitch is heavy.
It looks like they're bouncers, and they're carrying what looks like a body bag. The bodyguards say,
oh, she fucking OD'd, man. What's with the bag?
If she comes to, she gets a nice raincoat. If not...
Okay. Oh, we've even got Cortez laughing at that one. You gonna leave that out the front of the club? Stone and Cortez walk up to the front doors and push them open. They open the door and I believe Maniac is playing.
Suddenly, we're back in anime, and Stone and Cortez are advancing through the packed nightclub with their weapons drawn.
They head through a couple of very large doors, and they enter copyright-safe, regular 3D world.
The camera zooms across the private back room of the club, and we see Mustafa Mercer. He's a black guy with white hair in a cool blue jacket with leopard print on it, and also a monocle.
Ooh.
Now this is the guy from the interrogation tape from before. Stone and Cortez saunter their way over, still vibing from that sweet club track.
But the camera jumps up to a mysterious woman sitting on a balcony. She has purple hair and a rugged, no-nonsense style. And she says aloud while throwing gang signs.
Welcome to the worst day of your life.
Wait, Mr. B, who the hell is this?
You'll remember, this is Kolchak. And Kolchak is one of the women that Herzog was in jail with.
Then there was this crazy Russian chick, Kolchak.
Oh.
And he said that she's one rough, tough son. Stone confronts Mustafa.
The party is over.
You heard the lady.
So Stone pulls out her pistol, the very same pistol that she shot Mustafa in the leg with in that interrogation tape all those years ago. And she says,
Same gun. Would you please stop munching in front of me?
I think they're going for like a little bit of Guardians of the Galaxy. Oh my god, we gotta save the viewers. We gotta... Are you asleep over there? It's that.
Now Mustafa says, in his cockiest voice,
This is not like the last time. I have powerful friends now, bitch.
Stone's very smug. She looks right like.
I don't see anyone.
Enough foreplay, says Stone. Stone tosses over a photograph of October, that female synth from before. And she goes, do you know who this is? Now, Mustafa says,
I mean, she looks like a bad bitch and totally my type, but I have no clue who she is. Sorry.
I'm not a very bashful person about saying weird things, but I just don't think I'd ever be comfortable referring to a woman that I'm involved with as a bad bitch.
I mean, I'd get it tattooed, but I wouldn't say it.
So Mustafa says, I don't know nothing. But Cortez, he's not buying it. He mouths to Stone.
That's the first time he's ever spoken.
He just mouthed words.
He can mouth stuff the whole time?
Yeah, he still knows English, doesn't he?
Oh my god. Now at this point, the armed bad guys in the room start to encircle Stone and Cortez. They're getting ready for a fight.
Now this is one dance circle you don't want to be in.
Now Mustafa says, that bad bitch must have told you that I was somehow implicated in her schemes. Otherwise you wouldn't be here right now. Yeah, come on, spill the beans. Tell me what you know, Mustafa.
What the fuck do you want from me?
Tell me more.
Yeah, alright. I'm involved. But it's a difficult, complicated situation. And the reality is this.
When money talks, few are deaf. I took the job. I mean, what choice did I have?
Which is my very cryptic way of saying I was paid by August. Who's that bald guy that you saw on the helicopter, remember? He's the leader of the Synth Rebellion. I was paid by him to do a job.
You know where to find me.
Tell me more.
That's pretty much my main role, to smuggle synths for August and help his cause. And you know why I do it? Because I'm a synth as well. Dun dun dun. Although the truth is, I would like to stop.
Why don't you just doing stop of the smuggling?
You see, nobody knows that I'm a synth. August and October knew, though. So they were leveraging that information against me. Threatening, blackmail, that's illegal. Now, the bewildering conversation blathers on for a while, till suddenly, in Stone's earpiece, Doc patches in with an update.
Stone, she's 100% human.
Referring to October.
What the actual fuck?
So basically, at that moment, the big revelation of the game is opened up. Those robot slaves were just human slaves. Wait till Mr. Lincoln hears about this.
They don't have the technology to make proper synthetic people yet, but they can augment normal people.
Correct.
So they augment them, market them as synths, so they can get around, you know, slave labor laws, those pesky slave labor laws.
Yes, so we shall make them garbage men and do difficult jobs.
Like being a working mum.
It's the hardest job of all. Stone says, but why don't you want people to know that you're a synth? Maybe it's a good thing. Be proud of your synth stuff. But Mustafa says,
no, they'll just treat me like a robot.
You think they care?
Do you think they really care that I look just like a normal person?
Now Stone says in an Emmy Award-winning way,
People would have figured out.
There's no way anyone could keep a secret like that. People would have figured it out. But that's the thing, Stone.
And they did. They fucking did.
And you know what they did once they found out these were real people and not slave robots? They were just enslaved people? Nothing! Nobody cares!
So what? Somebody has to shovel the radioactive shit left after the war. Somebody has to drive a garbage truck.
As long as it's not them, they just look the other way. At this point, Mercer gets very angry and he decides to pull out his gun. Now, they're already pointing their guns at him, so he immediately gets shot in the head. And his Traeger juice goes all over the table with his blueberry pie.
Was he having like high tea or something? Stone and Cortez fight their way through Mustafa's men and try to make their escape through the club via the roof. But,
Dip to black, open. Tom Cruise, here he is.
I just turned 61.
I do all my own stunts, you know.
Now we're not just fighting employees of the club. We're fighting those armored, I guess, mercenaries?
Now, these are Tom Cruise's men, and they are much tougher than the regular bouncers.
They do all their own stunts. But wait, Tom Cruise is Richter's right-hand man, remember, from the start of the game? So, does that mean that Mustafa's been working with him the whole time? Just how far down does this conspiracy go?
I tell you how far down it goes, right to the top. All right, Stone and Cortez fight their way up the stairwell and onto the roof of the building. We are now on the roof.
We're waiting for Doc and Herzog to come in the helicopter, but suddenly, a sniper shot rings out. Cortez! He's just been quickscoped!
No!
Oh, it's not looking good.
Oh no, Cortez! Are you alright?
Stone pulls Cortez into cover, and then she pushes out with her gun at the ready. She's gonna find this shooter. But it seems the shooter found her. With a whoosh, someone appears behind Stone.
Oh my god,
This is the lady that Herzog was in jail with. Now this purple-haired lady, she's in a special ghillie suit, and she's holding a cool sniper rifle. But most importantly,
she goes invisible.
Stone just swings her katana wildly into the air until she eventually hits this invisible lady a couple of times. Stone and the invisible lady, they charge at each other with their blades drawn, and...
Stone runs back over to Cortez. I killed that lady. Anyway.
We gotta get out of this place, Cortez. Look, the helicopter is floating in the airspace. Oh, and look, Doc and Herzog is inside of there.
Uh-oh, it ain't over yet, Stone.
It ain't over until it's over.
Oh.
Yeah.
Vlad. Welcome to my channel.
Tom Cruise just bursts through the door. He is up on the roof now and he is furious with the box office numbers for Ghost Protocol.
Quick, guys! You gotta get to the chopper!
Now, Tom Cruise has a very swift and confident stride. He's catching up quick.
You know, he's actually doing that stride. That's not a stunt double.
Stone lifts Cortez up onto the helicopter. Get this helicopter moving. We gotta get Cortez some medical attention. Stat! That means quick. But luckily, Doc is on board. He's gonna do some medicine.
Doc, don't just stand there. Operate!
With what?
Do you reckon they do improv surgery with like a pizza knife and like, oh man, we gotta get moving.
Tracheotomy with a pen. And then, into the scene comes Richter. Remember from the start of the game?
He's the bad guy.
This is a great chance for me to do shoot kill on both of them.
Take aim, soldier. This chance I won't miss.
But Doc says, no, Stone. Don't do it. Cortez is in bad shape. We need to get out right now if we want to save him.
Hannah, he's in a bad shape.
All I need is one shot.
One shot. Need to evac, now!
There was no time to fire a gun. Richter is still alive, and he's gonna be a big problem. The team fly back to HQ of the police station. We gotta save Cortez. That's what matters. Friendship. Family. End of chapter.
Fast forward is bullshit.
Stone and the team rush into police HQ, and they decide to perform emergency surgery for Cortez right here on one of the office desks, instead of in the morgue or somewhere with actual medical equipment.
So they knock all the stuff off, and they go, Cortez, we gotta save you. Your femoral artery, it's been severed by the bullet. I gotta suck out the poison or something.
Shit. He's bleeding again.
It's only one thing for it. Emergency circumcision.
Hold him.
Now, Doc pours himself a shot of medical alcohol and then drinks it. Then he pours a second shot, and this time puts all the surgical implements in it, sterilizing them. Cortez is lying shirtless on the desk. Doc gloves up. Uh-oh.
Hold him.
Well, there's nothing wrong with his prostate, but we're gonna have to remove this bullet. Doc mainlines in some painkillers. Sorry, Doc. You're gonna feel a slight pinch.
Ow, ow, owie, owie, ow, owie.
Now it is time to surgical.
Doc licks his fingers.
Making first incision.
The textures on the ashtray pop in with life. Doc manages to pull out the bullet from Cortez. He's done it.
Cortez is saved.
We're good.
Don't touch it. Look at all the blood on your hand. It's an open wound.
And Doc goes, well, while we're here, let's just perform that circumcision, huh?
Hold him.
Okay, so it's later now, and the gang is holed up in the police HQ. Cortez is fine, don't worry.
Thank God. Now, ever since that incident at the Death Panther Club, Stone and her squad are being hunted down by Richter and his Tom Cruise gang. It's merely a matter of time before they attack the police HQ.
You can't do that. Look, even Doc's on the lookout.
Fat Deus Ex? We can't just stand around looking wistfully out the window. We gotta get a plan going, Stone.
And suddenly, Herzog and Vivian burst into the room, and they have October with them. Now that everyone's here, I need you to listen up. Richter is on his way here right now. I know, I'm scared too. But I have a plan. We're gonna team up with this synth girl and fight our way out of the building.
But then Herzog pipes up and says, Stone, I'm not working with a robo. People might think that I'm robotic too.
You seriously want to drag her with us?
Richter will be doing the killing on her if they catch her. We're gonna help her because we're the good guys.
Now Doc chimes in.
They're already here.
The station is now being invaded. Bum, bum, bum. Everybody, get out your guns from their holsters and put bullets in them.
So Stone and the gang fight their way through Richter's mercenaries in an attempt to escape police HQ. It looks like they're going to make it to the exit, but oh no. Tom Cruise himself appears and closes the door that they're going to go through.
I've got you now, Stone. Now, Stone is looking directly at Tom Cruise, pointing her gun at him, when suddenly, bang, a bullet hits near her foot. She turns around to see who fired it. Tom Cruise again? There's two of them. Well, it seems like Tom Cruise really does have a stunt double.
Detective Stone, this time you won't be saved by the bell.
But both of these Toms are cruising for a bruising. So Stone Amaewa Mo Shinderyu's them with her katana. And then the squad blows up the door and walks their way in.
You all right, Stone?
We gotta get out of here.
All good. Let's go.
End of the very action-packed chapter.
Detective Stone, this time you won't be saved by the bell.
Open scene to the squad. The streets are swarming with Richter's mercenaries. What are the gang gonna do? Everywhere they turn, they're ambushed by bad guys. They can't win this fight, so they retreat down an alleyway.
They get a moment to catch their breath, and then October pipes up. She says, "Hey guys, October here, beep beep boop. I have an idea. Let's get my boyfriend involved."
August will help. You won't make it without him.
Remember him? He's holed up with some people nearby.
It gets better every minute.
So Stone goes, "All right, that is good plan. Beep beep boop."
Stone and the squad slink their way through the alleyways of the city, and they come to a very narrow, skinny passageway.
Found a path. This way.
Doc's like, you guys go on ahead. I'll find another way around. Now, once they reach the other side of the alleyway, they run into August. And his team of synthetics is there. And I think we're gonna have an all too human moment.
October then runs to August, and he embraces her.
Take the shot! Take the shot, Cortez!
You can get both in one, Cortez!
Stand down. Let him love.
They kiss. They touch. They even make love.
And maybe more. The squad watches on in silence, inspired by the passion and the humanity of it all. Let's turn this frown upside down.
So August and October have a very touching reunion. August then leads Stone and her team to a helicopter. Everyone jumps on, and they start to take off.
And they're gonna fly away together to safety to live out the rest of their robot lives.
But before they can even do that,
an explosion goes off, and a bunch of the androids are killed. So they start taking off in the helicopter.
But Stone stays on the ground.
Get back down there.
Stone! Go on!
I'll take it from here. So the squad leaves in the helicopter, and Stone remains behind to have a boss fight.
Suddenly, someone walks into the shot.
They've got steel-toed boots, but literally you can see each of the little piggies. It's Richter! And this is a problem on a scale we've never seen before. Get it, Mr. B?
I don't get it. So Richter, he's wearing a black exosuit, kind of like Raiden from Metal Gear Rising. And he's also got a cool, glowing cyber katana, like Raiden from Metal Gear Rising. He is actually the best. He's even got a bad guy quip.
Hoping to get some kind of info from me. It won't matter after I'm killed.
Stone says nothing, at least, not with words. She instead talks with her blade.
Stone and Richter have a cool katana fight.
Stone slashes Richter, and he stumbles back, and he hits some corrugated iron. Stone has him cornered. Now she doesn't kill him. Stone instead kicks Richter through the corrugated iron wall, and he falls down from the top of the building that they were fighting on, down into the city below.
Oh my God!
Stone sheaths her blade and walks away from the camera.
Fade to black.
Ooh, I joined the football team. The uniform is so bitchin'.
Now, we cut back to police HQ. It is 3 months later. Is that right, Mr. B?
Yes, as you can see by the date.
It can't be right.
Are you calling me a liar? Anyway, we see a POV shot where we walk into the captain's office. The door opens, and it's Richter!
He survived the fall onto George's car. So Richter walks into the room, and he says, "Good to see you again, you dumbass idiot."
And the captain retorts, "Well, Richter, your mom."
Clearly an insult. Old friend.
Ooh, they're friends?
What the hell are you doing?
I'm doing my job.
Now Richter takes a seat, and he says, "You know I'm gonna find Stone, right? I'm going to kill her after the things that she did."
The captain stands up. He walks over to the window, pours him and Richter a drink. He says,
The bank really wants to run the city? No problem. Just leave my crew alone.
You know I can't do that.
The captain suspects that Richter is there to kill him. Huh. Well, Richter, looks like it's my time to punch out. And I was just one day away from retirement, and my daughter's wedding's tomorrow, and I almost paid off my college loans.
He goes, you know this horn? Now, alluding to Stone, the captain says,
She's not a threat.
She doesn't know, does she? Tell me, what happens when she learns the truth?
The truth? That she's a synth. Dun dun dun. And then the captain goes,
I don't know, Richter, but what I do know is that she's the best damn cop I got, synth or not.
Richter then says,
Stone is a wild card. Synths like her are always gonna cause trouble.
Now, people like me get paid to make things right.
So Richter reaches for his gun. The honorable captain has been a thorn in his side for far too long. All right, so be it.
So the captain also reaches for his gun.
Bottoms up.
We cut to outside the office, and then 2 gunshots. What does that mean? Did they both die? Did they both miss? We don't know. Fade to black.
What the heck? Alright, yeah, but what happens with Stone? Where is she now?
We fade in. We're back with Stone, and she's in an old hotel. She picks up an old-timey hotel phone and calls up an orphanage, of all things.
Hello? Don't hang up. You hear me?
Stop calling. This is my last warning. He doesn't want to talk to you.
You want me to back?
They must be talking about that kid, that one that she spared, who she was watching cartoons with.
He's not your son. This conversation is over.
Well, come on, I killed his parents. That makes me his new mom, right?
Fight his keepers, dude.
Look, I know, but please listen to me.
Don't you understand how cool this is? These children tell stories about their parents coming to pick them up any minute now. Every single day. Officer, whatever you're trying to pull off, it just doesn't work this way.
How many times I told you that I will take him with me?
Look, we do appreciate the donations, but we can't let one of our children go.
So, Stone wants to adopt that kid from earlier in the game.
The orphanage won't let her because they've got rules.
I like the idea of an orphanage being like,
Look, lady, we can't just give out kids. They live here.
But we can't let one of our children go. Especially with someone like you.
Now, while she's on the phone, a group of Richter's mercenaries are running down the hall of the hotel, and they stack up outside her door.
They are about to bust in and kick some ass.
He needs someone he can rely on, and it's clearly not you. You visit whenever you want and disappear for a few months. Our institution is not a petting zoo.
I understand.
But then a voice pops up in the background.
He says,
Is that Anna?
Yes.
Anna! I thought I'd never hear you again.
But here I am.
There's so many things going on right now. Oh, there's a new girl in our class. I think she likes me.
What's her name?
Her name's Olga. Kinda sweet. I also failed a math test last week, but it's okay. I don't bother much about it.
Stone is trying to hold back the tears. And Mr. B, so am I.
Oh, I joined the football team. The uniform is so bitchin'. We're being sponsored by Continental Standards. You won't believe the kicks they bought us. There's so much going on. Well, when will you drop by, huh?
I don't know, Bruiser. Whenever I can.
All right. You want to speak to Margaret?
No, I'll be going. Look after Olga for me, okay?
Stone hangs up the phone. She's gonna go confront all of Richter's men in this hotel hallway, and it's gonna be really cool. And then she cocks her gun. The men outside her room are about to bust in, but she's gonna be ready for him. Fade to black. And that is the end of the game.
Are you fucking serious?
No, not quite, because there's a post-credit scene going to play.
It's like my favorite Marvel movies.
It gets better every minute.
We fade into this, and there's anime back in time Stone with the blue hair. She's in a small interview room with a man in a suit.
Everyone's just wearing like normal clothes and suits, and then she's just wearing like edge running gear. I don't understand.
She's straight from Cyberpunk, and they're just from a different anime altogether.
Sorry if I kept you waiting.
No problem.
Give me your full name, please.
My name is Emma Lautner.
How old are you, Emma?
I'm 19.
Okay, this is great. Why are you here today?
I urgently need the money.
How much?
I don't know. A lot.
Is there someone you want to help?
Yes, I heard about this place from a friend.
We won't hand you the cash if that's why you're here.
No. I just need to pay for my son's treatment.
Is he sick?
Yes.
She's not the one with tuberculosis. It's her son.
But her son can't be the boy she saved before in the orphanage. Because Blue Hair Stone's in the past. So does that mean that Stone had a kid in the past that she's forgotten about?
Okay, so here's what's going to happen. Continental Standard will pay for your kid's treatment. Family values are very important to us. We'll give you a white-collar job, nothing extraordinary. A year later, you will wake up at one of our locations, not knowing that anything ever happened. Sign this form and take your pills.
Doesn't that sound a lot like what October was saying? Like they do with synths? When they wipe their memory?
What happens when you get recalled?
New mission. New memories, if any. Sometimes they wake you up, you know, with memories of yesterday.
So Stone was a synth the whole time? But wait, didn't...
Not ready yet. wait a moment.
Welcome to my channel.
Wait a minute.
Doc say that October, who was also a synth, was actually 100% human?
Stone, she's 100% human. What the actual fuck?
Wait, so how does that work?
See, it turns out no one has invented the synth. They are just ordinary people who have had their memories wiped and then a whole bunch of implants put in. So what that means is, Stone was an ordinary lady. She had a baby. The baby was ordinary as well. And then it developed latent tuberculosis. Lamau, very sad. But she could not afford the medicine. So she said, I know where I can find the money. You make me a synth, I'll forget my son, and I'll become essentially a mindless robot for you to order around. By the way, what will my job be when I become a synth?
Oh, nothing serious. Just an office worker or something like that.
But it's not true. Pretty soon it turns out she's some sort of fighter person. She ends up with a robot arm, and she ends up in a prison for war crimes.
And that's the real end of the game. What's Vivian's deal? Because she's got that whole show. Did you see that?
Show.
You didn't see? Oh man, maybe we should be OBSing. You should check this out. There's like a cooking show with Quiet's actress as Vivian.
Check this out.
My name is Vivian Limonsford, and if you think you've recognized me from somewhere, it is because you did. Not that anybody cares anymore.
Oh, so the weaponsmith was an Olympic shooter.
And there I was, on my own. Reinventing my career and venturing into the world of entertainment as a celebrity chef was the best thing my agent had in mind.
So this is actually canon to the game?
Yeah. I thought you knew that going in.
What the fuck? Okay, and then she ends up working at a mercenary police station.
Yeah. Dude, nice subscriptions, dog.
That's all you need.
Hey, it's your girl, Vivian Niemandsverdriet. Dear Vivian, my name is Gunther, and I'm death row inmate B2155 at the Zakatsky Island Maximum Security Prison.
There is so much to unpack. Oh my god.
Let's unpack this. Yeah.
I wish you had showed me this weeks ago.
I brought it up like twice, and you always just disregard me.
Whatever. I don't care about Vivian, I would say.
This is Doc, a living proof that Dostoevsky's characters are real people.
Better be.
Huh?
Meet Detective Stone. She's a badass katana-wielding Hong Kong police officer.
Yes, katana. The weapon of Hong Kong.
Standard issue.
It's kind of funny, and it's not like we always understand what she's saying.
Frankie, this shit is incredible.
But it's her combat skills that do most of the talking.
Are they lampshading the bad voice acting?
Dude, it is canon that they can't understand her. That's so
Do you think it was written in? Like they went, oh, she'll have a funny accent, and that'll be unique about her character.
So this, yeah.
Oh, this is the
waitress from the Atomic Heart.
Oh my god. Right, so they fleshed all that out too. I feel bad for this game now. Because we spent the whole time ripping on it. They've got funny accents. But boy did they try.
This is it. This is it. Pause. That is Cortez and that is Stone.
Look at this son of a bitch. Talking.
And he's also he's white.
That's canon though.
Wait, did he just?
He did. Whoop.
Oh, I like, okay.
I hope someone got
5 for that one.
Some of this production stuff, quite impressive. They didn't have to go to all this extra work.
It's not.
They tried.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, they 100% tried. It feels like the language barrier has been the main thing. Otherwise, honestly, I think the voice actors.
Yeah.
I think the lead lady, they should have gone, sorry, love, it's just not working out. And someone was just too polite to say it.
Please? What's the deal with you and this goddamn soup? Sushi and cable?
Oh, I can go all night if you want me to.
Look, I ain't got all day. Here's what's going to happen next. My boys will get down here and start tearing the fucking carcass apart, and I'll make sure you're with us until they're through. You got that?
I'm sure she's lovely in real life.
I'm gonna be real.
Yeah.
I would like to do a small part in the sequel.
Yeah.
Like, I could be the canteen worker. I'll say something like, there's pie.
Soup.
Soup.
Beans.
Yeah, but no, look, I don't think I could actually be a voice actor. Those guys do a tough job. Because it would be like, oh, can I do this one kind of sarcastic? Like, every time.
Yeah, it'd be like, alright, so you're in a very serious, heartfelt scene. Frederick, the fighter in your party, he's just taken a poisonous dart to the neck. He's not gonna make it. Go.
Oh, Frederick, what's happened to your neck? Hey, I thought he was about to level up. Ruh-roh.
Frederick dies, and he's like, well, guys, that just happened.
Oh, Mr. B, you've leveled up your voice acting.
Oh, wow. Well, there was that one comment on one video one time that asked if you had paid for me to get voice training lessons. It's like, I don't think I'm paying
him at all? Is there anything else to say about this game before we close it for good?
Obviously, we will be refunding the game on Steam, but, you know, I hope they make more stuff.
Yeah, look, I hope they at least turn a profit and can make a sequel. You know what? I'm going to give this my official Jimquisition rating and give this a solid 7 out of 10, but I never played it, so...
You know what? I give it the full highest rating I can give. 10 out of 10. And it easily scores my badass seal of approval.
The problem is 20% of the audience is even going to get the irony. Like, please don't start doing the badass seal of approval. Sure. What the game's the badass seal of approval, Mr. B? 60% off and calls me, you son of a bitch, you done it again. Also, 40% on, that's an even better deal.
In the game of Medieval, you play as a resurrected Sir Daniel Fortescue, a champion of the King of Gallowmere. 100 years before the events of the game, it was told that Sir Dan led the good armies of Gallowmere to victory over the undead army of the evil sorcerer, Zarok. Good was triumphant in the battle, Zarok was vanquished, and the hero Daniel succumbed. However, this was all a cover-up. To save face in the eyes of the public, the King of Gallowmere fabricated this story. In reality, Zarok went into hiding, and his champion, Sir Daniel Fortescue, was the first warrior killed in battle, getting struck in the eye from the very first arrow fired. 100 years later, Zarok returned to Gallowmere, reawakening his undead army and stealing the souls of the living. However, as the spell is cast to raise his army, Zarok accidentally resurrects Sir Daniel Fortescue. Taking control of Sir Dan, we are given a second chance to fight back the evil forces of Zarok and redeem yourself as the hero of Gallowmere. And we will do so in record time. This is the tale of the speedrunning history of medieval any percent. Our story begins all the way back in 2006 on Speed Demo's archive. On the 27th of February, Adeshi made a post which detailed his split time, as well as a link to a video file which no longer exists today. In this post, Adeshi states the final time was 1 hour, 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Back in the day, Speed Demo's archive had a different standard for timing runs. Time spent on the overworld map screen and loading screens were not counted. Although we can't be 100% sure, it is likely that with modern timing methods, Adeshi's run would have come out to a time close to 1 hour and 10 minutes. Before I talk about the few things we can extrapolate from Adeshi's run, I want to talk a little about the layout of the game. There are 21 levels you can visit on the map of Gallowmere, and you begin here at the bottom in Dan's Crypt. It is here that you can pick up a small sword, some throwing daggers, and a life bottle. The exit to the level is behind a locked gate which requires a rune to open. There aren't any enemies here, and the level is designed so the player can get accustomed to the controls. After leaving the crypt, you gain access to the second level of the game.
Welcome to my channel.
Upon completing each level, you gain access to the next. When the 5th level, Return to the Graveyard, is beaten, you gain access to 2 different levels, the Enchanted Earth to the north, and Scarecrow Fields to the east. The final level in the game, Zarok's Lair, must be beaten in order to finish the game, and this level is located past the Enchanted Earth. The most straightforward path to this final stage would be to complete Return to the Graveyard, then the Enchanted Earth, and then progressing in a linear fashion from there. However, this is not possible, and that is because there are some key items we are missing in order to further our progress. If you decide to play the Enchanted Earth before playing the Sleeping Village, a level which is located just northeast of Scarecrow Fields, you'll realize that you cannot complete the level. About a third the way through, you are told that you need the Shadow Artifact, and this item can only be obtained from the Sleeping Village.
Welcome to my channel.
After completing the Enchanted Earth and a couple more levels, you'll come to the Crystal Caves, and this features a boss battle with a dragon. Interestingly, this boss doesn't need to be beaten in order to complete the Crystal Caves, and we can exit the level in the proper method. However, in the very next level, the Gallows Gauntlet, we hit a dead end. This level is unbeatable unless you can pass through this special archway known as the Dragon Gate. This wall of impenetrable fire cannot be passed through unless you are equipped with the Dragon Armor, and the Dragon Armor can only be attained by defeating the boss in the Crystal Caves. In order to begin the boss battle with the dragon, you need to have collected both dragon gems, which are located in the 2 most eastern levels, inside the Asylum and the Pumpkin Serpent. So even in an any percent run, every single level must be beaten at some point, and we can see that's exactly what Adeshi had done. Adeshi's route also included 2 optional things. Firstly, after defeating the Guardians of the Graveyard at the end of Return to the Graveyard, you gain the Daring Dash ability, which can be used as a decent speed boost every couple of seconds, and can also be used to break down breakable walls. In Dan's Crypt, there is a breakable wall which houses another life bottle. Adeshi backtracked to pick up this life bottle for one simple purpose. In this game, enemies later on deal insane amounts of damage, and you only get 3 or 4 frames of invulnerability after each hit. And secondly, every level in the game except for Dan's Crypt and Zarok's Lair has a chalice that can be collected, but only after most of the enemies have been killed. Inside the Asylum is the only level in the game which requires you to kill every single enemy in order to progress through the level, and the chalice is located in the final room for a quick pickup. If you complete a level with the chalice, you will be sent to the Hall of Heroes. Each chalice you collect will allow you to get 1 reward from the Hall of Heroes, and the first reward you get is a rapid-fire crossbow. It is almost certainly intended by the developers that the player would collect a decent amount of chalices because frankly, some enemies later in the game deal so much damage and have so much health, you were just completely unequipped to deal with them. Adeshi picked up the chalice at the end of the Asylum to get the crossbow. While we don't know the reason for this, it is likely to have more ranged weapon ammo for the Demon Ants, as he wouldn't have that many throwing daggers remaining following the battle with the stained glass demon. For the next 2.5 years, there was minimal talk about improving the medieval speedrun. Ogre Slayer briefly revived the topic in mid-2007, but no run ever transpired, and in June of 2009, another player by the name of McBroiler expressed some interest. At the time, McBroiler was most definitely a casual player of Medieval, outlining that he hadn't played the game in a while and wouldn't even be sure if he could take down the final boss with only the bare-bones weaponry that would be available to the any speedrun. He would definitely have to increase his skill and knowledge of the game in order to perform at a high enough level. Fortunately, there was one other person on the SDA forum willing to help him out: Grubo. Grubo's apparent knowledge of the game was astounding, detailing strategies for certain bosses and methods to perform some sequence breaks and skips in various levels. There weren't any videos posted, and each strategy he explained was only available in text. Unfortunately, it seemed McBroiler found himself out of his depth with any percent. No speedrun transpired, and Grubo's knowledge would remain unused for now. After only a year or two, Adeshi's run was no longer downloadable, and there was nothing to go off of other than the level order that was used and a few tricks that were explained by Grubo. The people that were interested in seeing a speedrun of the game understood that an any percent run would be difficult. It was clear that picking up a bunch of chalices to get stronger weapons would make the game easier, but it was not going to be fast. Adeshi's run seemed pretty decent, but with the video footage long gone, there was no longer any foundations to build off from it. Medieval speedrunning was yet to take off, but in 2010, one person would begin a project that would light the spark that would jumpstart the community: Torn338. The project that was going to be undertaken was the creation of the very first tool-assisted speedrun of Medieval. For those who don't know, a tool-assisted speedrun, or TAS, is a playthrough of a game that was performed with save states, RNG manipulation, and frame advance. This allows the creator to make a theoretical perfect playthrough that is far beyond what a human can achieve. Torn's goal wasn't to create a perfect run though. He just wanted to entertain people with some spectacular tricks and to build a speedrun community around one of his favourite childhood games. For over 2 years, Torn researched and tested techniques, tricks, and what the fastest route was going to be, and he eventually brought them to light on the TAS Videos website. With the TAS production being made public, it was quickly improved upon. Skychase, one of the users on TAS Videos, mentioned a glitch on the level The Lake. The end of the level isn't located very far from the start, but the gate at the end can only be opened with the star rune, which normally takes quite a while to collect. Instead, with some precision, you can clip out of bounds and still touch the trigger to end the level, saving over a minute. Things were already off to a good start for the TAS, but they were about to get a whole lot better, because another user on TAS Videos was about to get into contact with Torn, someone we've seen before: Grubo. We only saw a glimpse of his true power before, but thanks to Grubo, this TAS was going to get kicked into overdrive. He is responsible for no less than 12 significant time saves, many of which runners use today. Just to show a few, there is this clip to get the club early on Cemetery Hill, this partial clip which opens the gate from the wrong side on the Sleeping Village, and this tricky jump which can barely get the time rune without spending time to lower the vine on Pumpkin Gorge. Grubo's discoveries weren't limited to these quick parlor tricks. On Pools of the Ancient Dead, the normal way to complete the level is to collect 8 lost souls depicted by these helmets scattered throughout the level and bring them to the boatman. When this is done, a short cutscene plays and the level ends. Interestingly, the cutscene isn't the trigger for the end of the level. It ends when Dan enters this zone, which occurs off screen and is out of reach even with a perfect dash jump. To get around this, Grubo suggested using one of the fat armored zombies whose only attack is to try and push Dan into the marsh, causing instant death. We can push one of these zombies over to the area with the boatman, and with absolutely perfect timing, you can combine a dash jump with one of the zombies' push attacks, which will generate just enough speed to touch the level end trigger. And yet, none of these tricks were Grubo's biggest find. There were talks in the forum about a way to skip a significant portion of the Enchanted Earth. As Skychase mentioned, he made some sort of jump from the top of the bird's nest into the area which normally requires the Shadow artifact to enter. What Grubo found was even better. He was going to skip 95% of this extremely long level, including the notorious battle with the Demonettes. In this game, there are two ways to pause the action. The first way is the most universal amongst video games, pressing the start button. The second way is by opening the inventory menu, which allows you to select different weapons and items you have collected. This method pauses most things on the screen, but the most important thing it doesn't pause is your character, Dan. In this state, you are unable to move, attack, take damage, or interact with any entities within the game, but you are still subject to the laws of physics, which means you will fall until you touch solid ground. Normally, you can't open the inventory whilst moving, but if you have it open, close it, and then reopen it again, you have a few frames where you can move just before it reopens. This is known as the inventory glitch, and it's the setup to perform possibly the most game-breaking glitch in the game, the level loop. When you fall off the edge of a level, Dan would be killed the moment he touches the death plane, and he will then be transported to the last piece of solid ground he was standing on. However, if you have the inventory open when you fall, Dan does not die when he touches the death plane, and he will keep falling indefinitely. However, as soon as the inventory is closed, the game will recognize that Dan is somewhere where he should be, so it kills him and then returns him to safe ground. For some reason, if you are holding a directional button and keep holding one whilst Dan is in this zone of death, the inventory can be closed safely, and Dan will keep descending into the abyss with a small amount of horizontal velocity in the direction you are holding. So what's the point of endlessly falling into the abyss? Well, to understand why, we need to talk about parallel universes. Here we have the full map of the Enchanted Earth, the level in which the level loop takes place. If Dan is here when he is riding the cable car and then falls through the death plane, where does he end up? Well, it turns out, down here is another copy of the Enchanted Earth, where we fall directly into the end of level trigger. This is distinctly different from Super Mario 64, where parallel universes contain no objects or entities. Parallel universes in Medieval are just as real as their original counterpart. Level looping was not just isolated to Enchanted Earth, it was also used on Haunted Ruins to skip the annoying chicken feeding to lower the drawbridge. Haunted Ruins has a unique level end trigger via this catapult, so level looping directly to the end isn't possible. A third level loop on the ghost ship, which didn't even need the inventory glitch, as you could just jump over the edge and avoid the death plane altogether. And a fourth on the time device. It should be said that these last two actually perform more than one loop, just due to the sheer horizontal distance required to reach the end of the level. There was one other use for the inventory glitch which I'll get into a bit later, but in all honesty, we can all appreciate how far Grubo had pushed Medieval before there was a TAS or even a speedrun community behind it. Thanks to Grubo, Torn was able to push the TAS time down to 43 minutes and 10 seconds. However, this TAS wasn't perfect. At the time, Torn was busy with school and didn't want to spend years ironing out all the tiny imperfections with the shoddy tools that existed at the time. That all being said, 4310 was the gold standard for a Medieval speedrun. Over 2 years passed since the TAS's publication before we have videos of the first any percent runs. On October 3rd, 2013, Crash41596 completed a run with a time of 1 hour and 46 seconds. The run started out with decent completions of the first 6 levels, with the only trick that featured in the TAS to be this clip through the stone wall to collect the club early in Cemetery Hill, which is then needed immediately to gain access to the rooms beneath the hill to get the Witch Talisman. Crash decided to go north after the completion of Scarecrow Fields to go complete Enchanted Earth, Pools of the Ancient Dead, and the lake. This was not the optimal route, as it meant he would have to backtrack on the overworld to go collect the Dragon Gems to the east later. However, this was with good reason. Enchanted Earth had the level loop which saved so much time, it was good to get this extremely difficult trick out of the way early. Pools of the Ancient Dead has you navigating around the narrow paths through the marsh to collect the 8 soul helmets. Unfortunately, the TAS route was just too precise to pull off, so Crash decided to play the level normally. Another huge reason to complete this level before travelling east is to pick up this life bottle, which makes the run far safer. This level didn't go without its hitches, An unlucky camera angle caused Dan to fall into the marsh, resulting in a 10-second time loss. There isn't much to say about the lake, as it was a very straightforward level, and it was completed because it was right there. However, the out of bounds to complete the level was changed to the left side of the gate, because it's possible to accidentally soft lock on the right hand side. Pumpkin Gorge was up next, and it didn't go particularly well for Crash. What the TAS makes look easy is no simple feat in this game. He struggled to get up onto the outer wall and got stuck within it, preventing him from retrying quickly. And the time rune skip didn't go well, as he jumped just slightly at the wrong angle, and he had to painstakingly attack the tendrils to lower the rune. The Pumpkin Serpent is at the end of this sideline of levels, and it's rather simple. The exit is blocked until you defeat the giant pumpkin. To begin the boss battle, all 8 pods must be destroyed throughout this small level, and Crash does this extremely quickly with a club. After the boss battle was done, Crash activated the Witch Talisman at the Cauldron to collect one of the much needed Dragon Gems before exiting the level. The Sleeping Village began well for Crash, as he dashed his way through the level to collect the Landlord's Bust, which spawned Zarok's Boiler Guards, a necessary trigger to complete the level. Then, everything went bad. As he was trying to perform the partial clip to open the gate, he accidentally completely clipped through the wall into the out of bounds area. Luckily, there is a backup strat that allows you to clip back in bounds.
That's GG, I think.
He just clipped even further out of bounds. Luckily, someone in his Skype call mentioned that the run was not completely over, and with some fiddling, he could clip back into the previous out of bounds area and try again. This setback cost nearly 2 minutes, but Crash pressed on with his run. The Asylum grounds has you find the answers to 4 riddles devised by Jack of the Green, whom resides near the start of the level. Upon solving each riddle, he opens up more of the level to you, and you must return to him before solving his next conundrum. On the second riddle, Crash must turn all 5 stone slabs so they show happy faces, but if the puzzle isn't solved quickly enough, a happy face will turn away, requiring a long and tedious reset. Some sloppy sword swings caused Crash to mess this up twice, costing 45 seconds. The rest of the level went well, although Crash did spend some time using a life fountain to rejuvenate up to 3 reserve life bottles in preparation for the next level, inside the Asylum. This level is the reason for why Crash went out of his way to get the extra life bottles in Dan's Crypt, Scarecrow Fields, and Pools of the Ancient Dead. This level is a 158 enemy gauntlet, with each one dealing between 40 and 60 damage per hit. For the most part, Crash played this level extremely safely, spending time away from enemies and charging up powered shots with a small sword. On the bottom floor, Crash avoids the one and only chalice he could get in the run, collects the second Dragon Gem, and exits the level. With both Dragon Gems, Crash blitzes his way through the Crystal Caves, takes care of the big bad dragon for the Dragon Armor, and makes his way to Gallows Wall. With the Dragon Armor, he dashes through the Dragonfire Gate and steps on this button. This opens another gate holding a Star Rune, which he collects to access the end of the level. At the start of the Haunted Ruins, Crash plays it safe and decides that the level loop is simply not worth it, and takes a small time loss compared to the TAS route and decides to feed the chickens to lower the drawbridge. The rest of the level was standard, although he did take another death just after draining the oil to access the end of the level, costing another 10 seconds. Before playing the Ghost Ship, Crash creates a safety save because he is going to perform probably the most dangerous level loop in the run. If he doesn't land directly on the end of the level trigger and lands inbounds, the game will be soft locked, forcing him to quit all the way to the main menu where he will be able to access the save file. Unfortunately, this is exactly what happened, and he had to quit out and settle for a second try completion, a 90-second setback. Ghost Ship did have a level loop upgrade from the original TAS, as it was possible for humans to complete the level in a single loop rather than the double loop that featured in that TAS. Entrance Hall is pretty much a non-level at this point. There isn't any difficult platforming, and the enemies are rather weak, and it was over in just 45 seconds. The penultimate level, the Time Device, is a double level loop, just like in the TAS. Once again, Crash missed the level exit, so he took a death and hit it second try. Zarok's lair is split into 3 separate fights, the first of which is quite unique. Before doing anything, Crash takes the time to completely fill his life bottles. In the first battle, Zarok summons his 8 Basrids to the arena, and these warriors cannot be damaged by any of your weaponry. In turn, Dan summons 8 soldiers from his Chalice of Souls, all of which are far weaker than Zarok's warriors. The only way to win is to use a unique weapon found in this level, the Good Light, which can kill your warriors in exchange for your own life. This battle is basically an auto-scroller, but it is the other major reason for the detours for the extra life bottles. By the end of the battle, Crash has used up 4 life bottles worth of health. The second battle against Lord Cardo is a complete joke. The Dragon Armor's fiery breath completely disintegrates his life bar the moment he brings down his barrier. The final battle against Zarok himself is only slightly more difficult. The Dragon Armor is even more effective here, completely melting away his life bar in the moments he is vulnerable to take damage. As a first run, it left a lot to be desired, as it was obvious that there were minutes that could be saved. In many areas, Crash played very safely, and he missed a few crucial tricks the first try and had to try again. Less than a week later, Crash would make those improvements. On top of cleaning up his execution, he would include a slew of new strategies. On return to the graveyard, he used this clip that featured in the task. After about 11 attempts, it starts to lose time compared to just getting the star rune, and Crash unfortunately managed to clip on his 19th attempt. Crash had also updated his level route. He wouldn't replay Dan's crypt to get the extra life bottle, and instead goes directly to Enchanted Earth to nail the level loop. Pools of the Ankle Dead was next, and this level had a small upgrade. After collecting this soul helmet, you get trapped here until you defeat all 10 enemies. Instead, Crash performed another level loop, which let him land just on the other side of the gate, avoiding the battle altogether and saving time. It was unknown whether a level loop could be performed from here to the end of the level, but it seemed that the end point was simply too far away, and just beneath the marsh is solid ground, preventing multiple loops. Crash's splits sync up with his old PB when he beats Pumpkin Gorge, and we see how much better this run already is. And that is despite a death lining up for the loop on Pools, a death in the cornfield on Scarecrow Fields, and another death because he fell in the Wheat Grinder. Although on this run, he did manage the favourable time skip. Just about everything in this run was of a higher caliber. More experience, knowledge, and more daring strategies allowed him to save time all over the place, and less time was spent healing since he had a better idea of how much health he would need in the future. Crash ultimately finished this run with a time of 54 minutes and 18 seconds, shaving off a massive 6.5 minutes. There were still improvements to be made, but Crash left the world record here and moved on to other games, leaving potential optimization for new runners. It would take over 9 months for the record to be lowered again. Many of the pioneers of medieval speedrunning couldn't quite top Crash's 20% time, and the next chapter of the history takes us to France, where 2 new people began learning the game, Claddle and Brescaz. Both Claddle and Brescaz began speedrunning Medieval around the same time, but for very different reasons. Brescaz had set a strong time in the sequel Medieval 2 and was waiting for someone else to beat it. Claddle, on the other hand, just wanted to speedrun a favourite childhood game. These new runners would be playing the game on emulator, which has a disadvantage compared to Crash's PlayStation 2 with fast disk speed. Load times on emulator were slightly slower on average. The exit from a level to the main map was about the same speed, but from the main map into a level was about a 1.5 second time difference for each load. Over the course of a run, this would result in about a 30-second deficit, but on the other hand, there was far greater time that could be saved. Claddle's initial approach was to go for consistent strategies, such as getting the rune on return to the graveyard, going around the Wheat Grinder instead of over it, and using the intended route on the first half of Pumpkin Gorge to avoid the tricky jumps to get on the outer wall. Rather than using daring tricks in execution, Claddle would actually save time over Crash on very simple things. The first boss of the game, the Stained Glass Demon, is only vulnerable when he is charging for an attack. Crash would end up beating the Stained Glass Demon as he was charging for the 4th attack. By simply timing his charge throwing daggers better, Claddle was able to cut out an entire cycle and save nearly 20 seconds. Another example of this is in the 3rd room of Inside the Asylum. Crash would run around with the club trying to dodge and chase down the enemies to kill them. On the other hand, Claddle had a much calmer approach, letting the enemies come to him, and allowing Dan's auto-targeting to point in the right direction, leading to extremely quick kills. Despite creating 5 safety saves during this run, Claddle hit every level loop first try. He took some sections a lot slower than Crash, going for safety over potential speed into death. But don't get me wrong, Clado was still abusing many of the glitches and clips, but he wasn't going overboard and would take the longer path if he felt the potential time save wasn't worth the risk. Ultimately, Clado finished with a final time of 54 minutes and 9 seconds, beating Crash by less than 10 seconds and showing that Medieval was still at a point where great risk was not needed.
Welcome to my channel.
Over the next couple of months, Clado would devote time to practicing better movement and incorporating the more risky strategies that he avoided last time, particularly on Pumpkin Gorge. Despite all of this practice, on September 6, 2014, Clado got on a run at a pretty average pace. He missed the 3 cycle on the Stained Glass Demon, and then took a death just before the boss on the very next level, and he was almost 40 seconds behind. On Scarecrow Fields, Clado would not detour for the extra life bottle and instead would try to complete the game with only 3. This was an extremely risky strategy considering the detour is only 12 seconds. This time save can easily snowball into an even larger time loss, as it was inevitable that he would have to spend time healing. But better knowledge of fast to get energy vials, which instantly heal 225 hit points, would help mitigate time spent healing such as these on Pumpkin Gorge. Speaking of Pumpkin Gorge, it did not go as well as he had hoped. He got stuck in the wall on the first out of bounds, losing a chunk of time, and the second out of bounds went even worse.
Okay.
After failing
Welcome
several
to
times,
my channel.
he just gave up and used the intended route to complete this section of the level. At least in this run, he did get time rune skip, which he missed last time, and managed to save time overall. The 3 life bottle route would face its first test within the Asylum. Clado entered with his health at full, but by the end of the second room, he had lost 40% of his health. In room 3, some mistimed club smashes caused the fast zombies to swarm him, evaporating his life bar. Thankfully, as a life bottle is getting used, you have a few seconds of invulnerability. In room 4, Clado had also decided to use the club to kill the straitjacket traders. While the width of the small sword helps with hitting a lot of them at once, it is unable to one-shot them and pushes them far away. The club can one-shot them with a direct hit, and doesn't push them away if a direct hit is not made. When the club's durability got low, he switched back to the small sword to complete the level. Even though Clado did so much damage and had to heal at the end, he still saved a massive amount of time. One thing that had irked Clado was the need to feed the chickens at the start of Haunted Ruins, and the only alternative at the time was the level loop in the task, which barely saved any time. Just the day before this run, it was Breskaz who had come up with not 1, but 2 new level loops. It was now feasible to perform a level loop from the start, and then land just in front of the throne room, and after opening the floodgates and defeating the stone golems, another level loop to get to the final area of the level to use the catapult. Both level loops combined for a 1-minute time save, but he also messed up both of them once each, saving only about 30 seconds. At this point in the run, he had only made 1 safety save, and from here on, Clado would not make another. On Ghost Ship, he let out a sigh of relief as he hit the level loop first try. And on the time device, he actually missed the double level loop, but he was able to regain his bearings with the visual cue of the train track and managed to hit the exit trigger on the next pass. And then came the final battle. All other runs at this point in history had a minimum of 4 life bottles, and 4 is just barely enough to keep your soldiers from dying. As Dan's health became tantalizingly low, Clado ran over to the health fountain, taking his eyes off of the battle to heal. He had to do this not once, but twice, and his soldiers were on the brink of death just before defeating the last of the Bazooks. Another neat thing about keeping your soldiers alive is that at the end of the battle, they turn into energy vials and can be used for quick healing during Kardok and Zarok. With his massive lead in getting a better Zarok fight, Clado set a new time of 52 minutes and 36 seconds, cutting a minute and a half off the world record. In the background, Breskaz had been rapidly improving and his PB sat at a respectable 57 minutes. Clado knew that he would have some serious competition, and he knew that Breskaz was going to be capable of taking it down very soon. In a bid to make the world record as tough as possible, Clado would get on the run of his life into the final battle.
What? Non, putain!
Clado would finish this run with a final time of 50 minutes and 16 seconds. During the final battle, an unexpected pause occurred when his computer decided to try and perform a Windows update, which paused the emulator. Due to this, it seems like this run was never considered a new world record. But even if it was, it would only have stood for 4 days. Breskaz would have his own phenomenal run that just continued to get better and better. He used the 3 life bottle route and was able to maintain a good amount of health through Asylum grounds and inside the Asylum, where he didn't have to spend time in the healing fountain at the end of each of those levels. There was even a new level loop in Time Device that had a similar setup but completes the level in a single loop rather than 2, cutting the time of the trick in half. There was only one thing that went poorly, and that was the second level loop in Haunted Ruins. He lost his bearings right at the end of the loop and took a death, and when the game respawned him, he immediately took another death as the camera was still panning over to his position, costing him a minute. To add on to this, if he didn't lose this 600 health, he wouldn't have had to spend time in the healing fountain at the end of Entrance Hall. The 3 life bottle route put Breskaz's run on the brink of death as he milked every last bit of Dan's health to give his soldiers life, barely pulling out the victory in Phase 1. And when he knew he was on the pace of his life, he begged Zarok to lower his shield so he could finish this run with a new world record.
Please, show me your weak point. Good. Again, please. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Zarok! For fuck's sake, Zarok, what are you doing? What? What? Yes! Yes!
"50 minutes and 4 seconds. The run was now so close to the sub 50.
Feel
and
mercy.
in truth, this barrier was
Welcome to my channel.
Time was there on the table, right in front of the runners. They just needed to preserve their health in the necessary places. Just needed to perform the precise clips in as few tries as possible. Just needed to hit the level loops first try to avoid huge time loss. And then, it happened. On November 21st, 2014, Breskaz would finally break not only the sub 50, but the sub 49. In all honesty, this run almost never happened. Asylum Grounds is an extremely slow escort where you have to navigate a small mouse through a minefield of cats. Mouse decided to troll Breskaz by lagging behind, and then deciding to catch up right when a cat was in the way, resetting the puzzle. A 30-second setback. Pools of the Ancient Dead went terribly with 3 deaths, leaving the runner hair width away from a reset. There was even a 4th death as he collided with an invisible wall right after the dragon fight. Perhaps the only thing that saved this run was the new mindset. There was no more room for safety strategies, no time to make safety saves, and no more time to leave on the table. All or nothing. The final time? 48:51. According to Breskaz,
sometimes this game makes me sick. All the fucking glitch, the worst glitch, are in the end of the game. All of them.
it was a rough experience. He was talking about the level loops in Haunted Ruins, Ghost Ships, and Time Device. All three had tiny margins of error, and if you fell beyond that margin, you lose a massive amount of time, or even worse, soft lock and are unable to complete the run. It's hard to describe the difficulty of performing a level loop. On Enchanted Earth, if the camera is facing this way, Dan is here, and you want to loop to here, holding just right won't get you there. This is all because of the fancy camera system that was designed to choose the best camera angles, according to the game's manual. That means crazy stuff like this can happen. I can hold down from this point in the graveyard and make a 90-degree turn without changing direction and end up at the beginning of the level. Now imagine this smart camera trying to keep Dan in frame while you are somewhere not smart, like out of bounds. Not only that, he is out of bounds for a long time. You haven't even seen the full duration of a loop yet. Here, I'll show you. As you can see, there are almost no visual cues for the first half of the loop. You'll see Dan flicker, and then the screen is completely black again. The camera then appears beneath the exit as it rotates to Dan's new position and then gets stuck. It eventually pans away, and then magically appears at a completely different angle as Dan falls into the exit. While you are falling, there are bits of level geometry that extend upwards that prevent Dan from moving in certain directions. Because of that and the crazy camera movements, it's nearly impossible to travel in straight lines. Runners had to come up with sketchy counting setups in order to make the camera behave as predictably as possible, and thus be able to guide Dan's descent back to the required destination. And then you realize you have to perform 6 of these loops, most of which are at the end of the game. If you mess one up, that could be at best a 15-second time loss, 45 seconds if you mess up right at the end, or at worst, a soft lock, ending the run. On top of that, there were numerous other tricks that just ate up your time if you weren't able to move at the perfect angle. A run with near perfect execution was just completely out of reach for any human. Meet Noob Killer Roof. While Claddle and Breskaz had been practicing and setting their records, there was one other also practicing in the background. Less than 2 weeks after Breskaz's 48.51, Noob Killer Roof set a near unbelievable time of 47.26, a whole minute and a half faster. 5 days later, 46.33. Another 5 days, another 20 seconds slashed off. What the hell was going on? Up until now, no one had set more than 2 consecutive records, and Noob Killer, in the span of 10 days, had set 3 records all way faster than his nearest competitors. There aren't any videos I can show you, but who cares? Because on the next day, Noob Killer just sets a 4th straight world record, and this one has video. Let's take a look. Noob Killer blitzes through Dan's crypt and the first half of the graveyard. There was a slight route update at the junction with the Angel. By stopping and hitting it 3 times, you can access the life bottle via the intended pathway, which actually ended up being a couple of seconds faster. Cemetery Hill is where things start cooking. Normally when you reach the top, a short cutscene plays where the gargoyles which hurl boulders at you during your ascent self-destruct. A new skip discovered by Crash allowed Noob Killer to perform a couple of precise jumps up the wall and avoid the cutscene trigger, saving about 5 seconds overall. The Stained Glass Demon boss battle saw a couple of new strategies. Firstly, Noob Killer stands really close to the boss in between the phases where he could deal damage. During this time, the demon can either choose to throw shards or jump to Dan's position. The jump is extremely slow and interrupts the countdown which starts the next damaging phase. By standing close to the demon, the jump is shorter and thus saving a tiny bit of time. The second upgrade was found by several runners independently. On the final hit of the fight, you can position yourself exactly where the boss would drop the skeleton key, which is the trigger for the end of the level. Normally, you have to watch a small cutscene of the demon shattering before you can pick up the key, but by standing on the spot where the key appears, it can be picked up during the cutscene, saving 5 seconds. So you might be thinking that Noob Killer was just executing a whole bunch of new tricks. Well, not quite. Take this jump onto the tombstone. Seems simple, right? Well, it turns out that these things are paper thin and not easy to jump on at all. Now, let's see how Noob Killer handles it. Yep, he just does it running at full speed, whereas everyone else would come to a complete stop, and even then it's not easy. Noob Killer's control of Dan was clearly a level or 2 above everyone else. And just to solidify that, when he goes for the Enchanted Earth level loop, Noob Killer was able to shorten it from 23 seconds down to 13 seconds in what is known as a half loop. All I can really say about this trick is that it requires extra precise positioning when reaching the bottom of the void. The exact mechanism that causes Dan to be transported back to the physical level isn't fully understood, and might as well be pure magic. Another important factor in the run is club management. When attacking with the club, each hit performed deducts 1 point from the durability, which includes enemies, objects, and the terrain. If you stand still and attack an enemy, you'll hit the enemy and the floor, each costing a point of durability. By jumping and attacking in mid-air, both Breskaz and Noob Killer could prevent the club from making contact with the ground, effectively doubling the durability. And as a bonus, it also prevented glancing blows. This allowed both runners to save the club for the enemies which could not be killed by one hit with a small sword. There was an ingenious new loop on Haunted Ruins, where you could land from the start of the level to on top of the side exit of the throne room. This door is closed until you perform the loop which opens it from the inside. However, by landing on top, it was possible to carefully flip into the doorway and enter from the wrong side, collecting the crown a little faster than the intended route. But the biggest time save of all came in the final level. I mentioned before that there was one other major use for the inventory glitch, and it was also the reason why the top runners of this game play on emulator despite the slower load times. Soldier despawn. This is probably the weirdest and most complicated trick in the run, and despite also playing on emulator, never used by Claddle or Breskaz due to its precision despite the small time loss of messing it up. By opening the inventory whilst initiating the trigger that begins the cutscene with Xerox and his soldiers into battle, they just kinda don't come out of their little dens. By closing the inventory just as Dan summons his warriors from the chalice, the glitch is complete. When the battle begins, all 8 of your soldiers spawn in, but only 4 of Xerox. Not only does this glitch cause the battle to be 90 seconds faster, you never even need to heal your warriors, so Noob Killer doesn't even have to lift a finger. After that, Noob Killer just annihilates Kardok and Zarok as usual, and he finished this run demolishing yesterday's world record with a final time of 45 minutes and 7 seconds. So, about that soldier despawn, what makes it so complicated? Well, I'll try to sum it up. Firstly, having the inventory open as you trigger the cutscene is surprisingly difficult, much tougher than falling off a ledge with the inventory. If you mess this up, the soldiers spawn in normally, so the time loss would only be due to the time you took to set it up. Secondly, the trigger to spawn in the final 4 soldiers can still be activated. If you cross this red line on the battleground, or more specifically, if the camera moves too far into the northern region, then the other 4 soldiers spawn in. If you do this during the battle, you lose your 8-on-4 advantage. Essentially, the top half of the arena is out of bounds. However, if you never spawn the soldiers in, when the camera pans back to Zarok, it activates the trigger to spawn in the soldiers, and since the battle is over, the game freaks out and it crashes. So to prevent this, you can spawn in the final 4 soldiers right after the battle ends, and comically, they end up celebrating with your warriors. This prevents any nasty things from happening, and the entire area is now safe to play in. Strangely, Soldier Despawn only works on emulator. If any of the Phasgals are around after the battle on console, the game ends up crashing. Since Soldier Despawn saved more time than the load times on the PlayStation 2, emulator runs became the standard for running Medieval. Noob Killer's 4507 might be the earliest of his world records that we can view, but it certainly wouldn't be his last. Whilst impressive, there was still massive room for improvement, as major time-saving tricks never all go perfectly, and it would take many more runs to iron them out. Nevertheless, Noob Killer set his sights on bringing the world record time into new territory. He wanted to beat the old TAS from 2011, the 4310. Despite all the advancements of newer routes and shorter level loops, it just wasn't quite possible yet, and we can see why. In that 4507, Noob Killer wasn't running against some previous run. He was running against his best ever times on each level, which came to a final time of 43 minutes and 34 seconds. That means if Noob Killer played his best he had ever played on each split, he would still be 24 seconds shy of the TAS. This wasn't going to stop him though. Just over 2 weeks later on December 30th, Noob Killer would lower the record again to 44 minutes and 36 seconds, once again with no surviving video. During this time, there was a new level loop being developed, one that had eluded the finest minds of the game, one that would save enough time to put the old TAS down for good. Of course, I'm talking about skipping Pools of the Ancient Dead. To completely skip Pools of the Ancient Dead using a level loop was seen as a near impossibility just a year prior, but thanks to Noob Killer and another player by the name of Grimhill, it was now reality. You could begin the loop from the bottom right of this area and end up falling directly onto the end of level trigger. Because you land directly at the end, there was no longer a need to collect the 8 soul helmets or the red rune along the way, and thus, this tricky banana jump around the red rune gate was also implemented into the route. There was one major catch with this trick though. It was hard. Very hard. Much harder than any other loop in the game. What made it so difficult was the need to use the analog stick. It was impossible to perform with the D-pad. By using the analog stick, you get Dan into the running state, and thus also allowing the use of the daring dash to get maximum horizontal displacement. On top of this, the analog stick has much more freedom with which direction you move in. In this case, more freedom is actually a disadvantage, and to perform this loop, you need to perform 6 directional changes in order to travel in this general line. Because of the crazy camera when Dan is out of bounds, even a small difference in the angle held on the analog stick can cause wildly different results. But this was it. This was the trick that was going to help take down the TAS. one tricky jump and an incredibly inconsistent level loop that saved 50 seconds over the old route. On January 28th, 2015, Noob Killer would lower the record again, having cleaned up a lot of his execution and nailing the new Pools level loop. The time was a 43:27, less than 20 seconds away from the TAS. As fast as that run was, there were still plenty of things that stood out that needed improving, but it seemed like Noob Killer had a run worthy for direct split comparison. From here, he would stop running against his gold splits, and we will be able to see direct comparison to his previous run. And this particular run kept getting better and better, pulling out nearly a half-minute lead on the world record. All he had to do was defeat Zarok like he had done hundreds of times before, and he would have finally surpassed the TAS. Some bad luck and poor technique had just cost Noob Killer the sub 4310 as Zarok refused to lower his shield. When fighting Zarok, there is a bit of finesse involved. You need to maintain a good distance from him in order to increase the chance for him to stand up and lower his shield. If he is running around or off screen, then his shield will remain up. To add insult to injury, Zarok even went for his rare death ball attack, which guaranteed 10 straight seconds of immunity. This horrific fight ended without even a new personal best. We can only imagine how irate Noob Killer was when that run ended, but his day would come, as he was the only one with the skill to beat the TAS. And on March 23rd, 2015, Noob Killer would find himself with a run just as similar as the last. Nearly 2 months since his last world record, Noob Killer was finally able to overcome the TAS with a run that basically had it all. Solid execution all around with great movement, no unnecessary deaths, an epic close call on Ghost Ship that was inches away from soft locking and ending the run, and 5 new gold splits, allowing him to finish with a final time of 42 minutes and 48 seconds. So the big question now was if there were any more major time saves left in the run, or if it was going to come down to pure optimization of known strategies. There was a level loop developed by Torn and Breskaz independently that skipped the entirety of Crystal Caves, but since we needed the Dragon Armor, it was redundant. There was even another level loop from inside the Dragon's Den to the end of the level. However, it required a double loop, which ended up being slower than just traveling the normal route. And then there was the Holy Grail, Dragon Gate Skip, which could skip 6 entire levels, and this one had actually seen a bit of development. By getting wedged in between the gate, mummy, and the wall, it was possible to eventually clip through. It was extremely unreliable, and with both the mummy and the fire damaging you, you were on a time limit to get it before you ended up dying. However, even if you did manage to clip into the area, there was no known way to clip back out. There were a few other smaller clips developed by Crash that could be used, but the time save was pretty minimal compared to the potential time loss of having to try it over and over. There was even a fancy inventory glitch for the Kardock battle. Normally, Kardock begins the fight with his barrier up, and you are unable to deal any damage. But with the inventory glitch, you could separate Kardock from the timer that governs his shield, and attack him right away, saving 15 seconds. In fact, Noob Killer did go for this in his runs, but he had been unable to hit it in any of them. Asylum Grounds is the longest level in the run by a wide margin. As I mentioned before, you must solve 4 riddles by Jack of the Green, each progressively opening up more of the level. The amount of backtracking required to do this really adds up, but it's all necessary to access the next puzzle. After opening up the entire level, there is a 5th puzzle where you have to place coloured chess pieces onto their corresponding coloured squares before you can exit. The level seems to be unbreakable. There aren't any known clips to gain access to areas early, and there isn't anywhere to fall into the void, making level looping impossible. But what this level does have is low walls. A month after his previous world record, Noob Killer would finally figure out the way to get onto the maze walls. It was possible to barely get onto this unicorn's head by performing a precise jump from this broken pillar. From there, a series of tricky jumps need to be made over to the crossroads and then onto the maze. From here, you can make your way right over to the final area of the level, and then jump back inbounds, solve the chess puzzle, and exit, saving 4.5 minutes. Once again, this was going to be another very difficult addition to the run. The first 6 jumps are pretty tricky because everything in this game is just thinner than it seems. But if you end up messing up any of them, you can start the trick over from the beginning. If you mess up anywhere after though, the run is dead, as you will either be out of bounds or locked in a part of the maze that hasn't been opened yet, effectively causing a soft lock. Either way, this was the next big thing for medieval speedrunning. As well executed as that 42-48 was, the new Asylum ground skip now bring the record to under 40 minutes. Hell, even sub 39 is now possible. Once again, Noob Killer's interest was to create another well-executed world record with the addition of Asylum ground skip, and he would begin that process the very next day by bringing the record down to 40 minutes and 41 seconds, and then 39 minutes and 45 seconds just a few runs later. Noob Killer wasn't alone in finding new skips, as Breastcast would also find a new, albeit smaller skip himself. Early on in Scarecrow Hill, you'll come up to the building that requires a moon rune, and a little bit further through the level, you'll come into an area that requires an earth rune and a battle with a mecha imp. After defeating the machine, it will drop the moon rune, where you will backtrack, enter the building, pick up the earth rune, and then continue through the level. If you move at just the right angle, Bresk has found it was possible to clip into the door requiring the moon rune and thus removing the slow battle, saving about 25 seconds. The list of grueling, precise and inconsistent tricks kept piling up for Medieval Any Percent. A week after the discovery of Moon Rune Skip, on May 13th, 2015, Noob Killer would once again get on an amazing run, setting 4 more gold splits, and if everything went well, he would be able to get a sub 38 minute run. That was not meant to be though, as Ghost Ship would end that dream. One of the pirates got in the way, forcing Noob Killer to have to climb up to the crow's nest a second time. And then on the second try, he realized he was going to get a bad camera angle, making the level loop impossible, and was forced to take a death, costing him a little over 20 seconds in total. Although Noob Killer finished this run strong with a final time of 38 minutes and 30 seconds, this run wasn't quite as well polished as the 42-48 he had just 1.5 months prior. Every new addition to the run makes it that much harder to make a perfect product. Perhaps a few more runs would do the trick. And then, Medieval Any Percent died. As mid-2015 rolled around, Noob Killer Roof stood at the top with the 38:30 as the world record. Breskaz, who still claimed the second position on the leaderboard, had recently switched to console, and lowered his PB to a time of 47 minutes and 39 seconds, which meant that Noob Killer's world record run was an absurd 20% faster than the second placed run. At this point, most other runners had stopped running the game completely. Pladdle says it was the ghost ship level loop that caused him to stop playing, as it didn't go well for him in live events, and because you only have bare bone weaponry, playing through the level normally is basically just a slower demise for the run. Breskaz attributes it to all the run ending tricks plagued throughout any percent, the list of which seemed like it would continue to grow, and that he would rather speedrun Medieval 2. Crash had gotten sidetracked with Spyro A Hero's Tale, one of the many other games he speedran, before taking a 4-year break from speedrunning altogether. There were a few other runners who had put up some respectable personal bests, but without an elite level of consistency, the many difficult run-ending tricks would prevent most from even snuffing sub-50-minute territory. With his world record basically untouchable by anyone else, Noob Killer would also stop running. Perhaps he had lost his motivation to play. He had no nearby rival, and it seemed that with all the other veteran runners moving away, he wouldn't have one in the near future. But we should all remember that before Noob Killer Roof was Noob Killer Roof, he was just like everyone else, a noob. With that, Noob Killer left the world record at 38 minutes and 30 seconds, waiting for any would-be challenger to rise up and claim it. By some miracle, this video does not end here. The medieval speedrunning community is almost completely dead. During the entirety of 2016, there wasn't a single any percent run submitted to the speedrun.com leaderboards. The only bit of action I could find was this race on Speedruns Live. Yeah, it was fair to say that this was a very casual race. In late 2017, it was announced that Medieval would be getting a remake, and this sparked the interest of some new runners. However, they didn't stick around long, only posting a few PBs, the best of which was just enough to edge out the second spot. Just before the remake was about to be released in late October of 2019, Noob Killer Roof returned, and he had seen that, unsurprisingly, no one had even come close to beating the 38:30, so he would have to do it himself. Noob Killer wouldn't come back unarmed without any new strategies though. There was an upgrade to the half loop on Enchanted Earth, allowing for an earlier disembarkment, saving 3 seconds. A new pulls level loop which allowed for the use of the D-pad, making it 3 times more consistent, and a clip out of bounds in Scarecrow Fields, taking a shorter path to the end of the level. On October 23rd, 2019, Noob Killer would break his own world record again. The start of this run was absolutely incredible, beginning with a quick clip here and a 1-cycle fight on the Guardians of the Graveyard. A near perfect Scarecrow Field, pulling out a sizable lead, and then a perfect Asylum ground skip, giving him a lead of over 45 seconds. A couple of club misses in room 3 of the Asylum caused Noob Killer to drop 20 seconds, just showing how punishing even non-run ending tricks can be. The lead would slowly dwindle in comparison to the strong world record, but after hitting this daring ghost ship loop without any hiccups, the lead was extended back out to nearly 40 seconds. To finish off this run, Noob Killer would have an unbelievably good Zarok fight, where he would save another massive 22 seconds, cutting a near untouchable world record by another minute, down to 37 minutes and 27 seconds. And once again, the world record had reached the incredible caliber of the 42:48. Noob Killer had set a precedent. Whether he had competition or not, he was still at the top of Medieval any percent, and he wasn't going to walk away and let his world record be taken easily. In late January of 2020, a Discord server was finally created for the speedrunning of Medieval. Interest was once again growing, attracting new and old runners back to this classic game. Crash would unveil that he had interest in creating a new tool-assisted speedrun, claiming that he could bring the theoretical time down to below 30 minutes. But for that to be possible, Dragon Gate Skip would need to be real. Dragon Gate Skip was the holy grail for Medieval any percent, and it was akin to Gulp Skip from Spyro 2, or Barrier Skip in The Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker HD. Nearly every runner, Tassa, and Glitch Hunter involved with Medieval had scoured every corner of the Gallows Gauntlet in hopes that they could find a way to the exit without the need of the dragon armor. One thing that had been realized was that the entirety of the gate was not solid. There was a small hole in this corner, and we could gain a little bit of height using the slope behind the gate. But the slope is rather shallow and the distance you needed to jump was just too far with the amount of speed that you could attain. What was actually needed to be done to complete the level was to get past this gate, which required a star rune. But as you can see, there is this wide open space above it. All that is needed is a bit of height to go over. Before the first task was made, Grubo had noticed that there was a wooden stake high on the wall, and there was this short pillar. From the pillar, you could jump onto the stake and then over to the level exit. No matter how hard Grubo tried and Torn's extensive tassing, they were unable to find a legitimate way onto the initial pillar, and we can only really show it off using cheats and the camera 8 trick, which was used by the developers to playtest the game. Grubo's other idea was to somehow pick up the yellow rune through the gate. After all, this level did seem to have an abundance of spots where a player could clip into or through objects, and even some of the gates. After several hundred hours, this search ended in failure, as Grubo and Torn were unable to find a workable clip, and even Crash when searching, come out with some wild methods and jumps, but the gate holding that rune seemed to be rock solid. The list of ideas goes on and on. Glitch Hunter Bobby Case says he was able to ride up the seam of this wall with the stakes with the help of some in-game lag. However, it has never been replicated since. Other ideas floated around about duplicating one of the Dragon Gems, making only one of the Dragon Gems required. Those ideas ended in failure. Probably the craziest idea came from Crash, and it was to use the enemy dragon, which is in the chest at the back of the room, to boost Dan up to the gap to escape. The dragon is able to interact with Dan a little, and can even travel upwards. However, it seems like this interaction lasts only for a frame or two, and even at the TAS level, manipulating the dragon's movement was almost impossible. And yes, it wasn't possible to use the dragon to get onto the short pillar either. On an old thread on TAS videos, Crash came across a post from Grubo describing a movement technique that never actually featured in the original tool-assisted speedrun due to Torn's time constraints. The club is a bit of a special weapon in the sense that its alternate fire is to simply extend it outwards. This doesn't do any damage to enemies, but it does make contact with walls, and there is a pushback. It was known that this knockback could also be combined with a dash and a change in direction exactly 2 frames later. Essentially, this move called a knockback dash can give a very temporary boost in speed whilst also performing a 180-degree turn. Torn and Grubo use this technique all over Gallows Gauntlet in attempts to get to areas that were not possible otherwise, including aiming for that hole at the top of the Dragon Gate. Back in 2010, a young Torn did not have the luxury of modern tassing tools and was using his dad's laptop, and this is probably why this was never found. Because on the 20th of July 2020, Crash broke Medieval in half by finding Dragon Gate skip using the knockback dash technique. This skip could have easily been discovered 10 years prior, but now it was finally here. After Crash's revolutionary find, Scarecrow Fields, Pumpkin Gorge, Pumpkin Serpent, Sleeping Village, Asylum Grounds, and the Asylum no longer needed to be played. In addition to this, the Witch Talisman was no longer required from Cemetery Hill, and Crystal Caves could now be level looped since the Dragon Armor was no longer attainable, saving even more time. Overall, Dragon Gate skip would save a whopping 15 minutes off of the any percent run. Due to this, there was a category split to preserve the older runs which played these 6 levels, and became designated as any percent no DGS. Even though DGS removed over half a dozen difficult tricks from the 6 eastern levels, including the notorious Asylum Ground skip, the consensus was that completing an any percent run was now even more difficult. With practice, performing a knockback dash to escape the room would become more consistent. However, clipping into the room with the mummy was ridiculously inconsistent, leading many runs to their fiery death just outside the gate. As you might have guessed, Noob Killer would be the first to begin going for the new any percent route, spending nearly a month practicing DGS. There was a nice setup he found, as there was an invisible wall you could get caught on if you ran at the correct angle, and this helped him build consistency with the inputs required to escape the room. On August 24th, 2020, Noob Killer was able to complete the first ever run using Dragon Gate skip, and it wasn't world record. He had a 9.5 minute lead into the final level, but ended up losing 11 minutes. What had happened was that his club broke. All past runs have used the Dragon Armor to kill Kartok and Zarok to great effect. However, since the dragon armor is no longer acquired, the club is by far the next best weapon. There was no need to pick up the small sword in Dan's crypt, and all Noob Killer was left with was some throwing daggers and his arm. Every failed knockback dash to perform DGS results in a deduction to the durability. Furthermore, there are 4 enemies right in the spot where you need to perform the knockback dash, and they are often in the way and need to be killed. And the fastest way is to use the club, depleting it even more. Since the Witch Talisman was no longer required, the club was picked up in Hilltop Mausoleum, and this was the only club in the route. If you used it too much, your run was doomed to have an extremely slow final split. Around the same time Dragon Gate Skip was found, there was yet another movement technique added into the run. Torn had found that in Medieval 2, if you repeatedly input movement in the same direction as you were running, you could gain absurd amounts of speed, far greater than what is humanly controllable. Tassa Derp Princess would rediscover this glitch in the original Medieval, but its effects were not as exaggerated. If done perfectly, the gain in speed would equal Dan's walking speed plus his running speed, which totaled up to about a 40% increase. This was useful up until you gained the Daring Dash ability. At this point, Noob Killer had set more than 12 records in a row, and that streak was not about to end. He would add in even more improvements, upgrading both level loops on Haunted Ruins. Years prior, Luke RF44 found a crazy half-level loop into a warp point, saving nearly 20 seconds. This trick was so inconsistent and unexplainable, it was possible for runners to get it before accidentally, although they never did. Noob Killer and another runner, Lalle, found a decently consistent setup that required just a normal run from the start of the level to the drawbridge, and then mash triangle for 9 dashes, and hope for the best whilst falling. The second loop began at the Golem battle with another precise setup requiring 2 stutters at the edge of the level. The end point for the loop was at the catapult area, although it was quite likely you would not make it and end up on the mountainside, where you would have to carefully navigate your way back down. Over the course of the next 6 months, Noob Killer would grind any percent again, bringing the world record down as low as he could get it. The record now stood at 23:40. As quick as Noob Killer had returned, he disappeared once again. He had faced absolutely no competition during this time, being the only person to even submit times to the new any percent leaderboard. There were a few other runners playing, but they had flocked to the longer, more friendlier categories with a shallower learning curve. Over the course of the next year, only a single runner, War Brother, would post an any percent time, a 26:47. Crash said he had learned the game quicker and more efficiently than anyone he had ever seen over the years, but he too faded from the Medieval community. As the end of 2021 arrived, any percent finally saw some new competition from 3 runners. Jacobo the Chocobo was a very skilled player, however, he would be the only person to grind any percent on console, and thus, it would be nearly impossible for him to compete with the emulator runners, as he could not perform Soldier Despawn. Nazareno had begun playing any percent no DGS in mid-2020, and over the course of a year and a half, grinded the time down and eventually surpassed Noob Killer's 37:27 with a 36:32, proving his own skill at the game, with some assistance of some godlike luck on the Zarok split. The third runner, Londa Normala, was the last to arrive, having watched Naz since the end of 2020, and only finally picking up the game after Dragon Gate Skip was found, with reasons that might question one's sanity. All 3 would be up against Noob Killer, the person who had set more than 20 records in a row and held the #1 spot for the last 7.5 years. Typically, as a world record time gets lower, it becomes more and more difficult to lower it further, as you now have to execute better, use more difficult strategies, or just get luckier. That isn't what happened for the next world record. big revolution was coming to Medieval. Runners were becoming more and more consistent with the knockback dash to complete the Dragon Gate skip. However, getting into the gate was another story. Using the mummy was incredibly slow and inconsistent, requiring levels of precision outside of the player's control. Crash had been tassing another method to kill, using a knockback dash from one corner to the other. The advantage of this was the greater speed that could be achieved. However, the angle Dan travels in was so shallow, it was difficult to say whether humans could do it. Jacobo grinded this trick out and found that humans could get far more consistent at this in comparison with using the mummy. Jacobo had turned a major run killer into something much more friendly to runners consistent with the knockback dash. And just a few days later, he would hit the jackpot again with another major run killer, Pools of the Ancient Dead.
A coffee.
Ray Mercs. Welcome to my channel.
Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood.
The Pools of the Ancient Dead level loop was still seen as one of the most difficult and frustrating tricks in the entire run, requiring several blind and precise directional changes, all to skip the large fetch quest this level entails. In truth, as difficult as it is, it doesn't skip 100% of the level like Crystal Caves or the Time Device level loops, which were much simpler, since you have to run all the way to the back of the level to get to the area where you can fall through the death plane. One interesting thing about the intended way to exit the level is that when you hand over the lost souls to the boatman, you always give all the ones you have collected, meaning, if you wanted to, you could hand them over one at a time. This doesn't really do much on its own, as the boatman tells Dan that he can't leave until he has all 8. Jacobo had been messing around with the effects of equipping or using an item with the inventory glitch, whilst you have taken a death in the use, and he was able to get some odd effects, such as getting Dan resurrected with 0 health, and also soft-locking the game. Jacobo then thought about performing the inventory glitch whilst next to the boatman, selecting a single lost soul helmet he had collected. This interrupts Dan's slow resurrection and puts him in a levitating state, and amazingly, restores control back to the player. Jacobo messed around, perhaps not quite yet realizing the magnitude of this discovery. Eventually, floats Dan's dead corpse over to the end of the level trigger, and then he realized what he had just done. The new skip, now known as Jarko Ghost, was quite a bit faster than the Pools level loop, but more importantly, it was 100 times easier. The only downside to this strategy was that there was no way it was going to be viable to collect that third life bottle, meaning even greater care was going to need to be taken on the Zarok fight. Along with the mummyless Dragon Gate skip, Nazareno proclaimed that the world record was now absolutely free for the taking, but not before another thing was going to be added to the run. The Stained Glass Demon is a terribly slow fight, and you must use ranged weaponry weaponry to damage it. The only ranged weapons you have at this point are your arm, which sucks, and the throwing daggers, which are still pretty weak, but are a clear winner over the arm. An individual throwing dagger deals 6 damage to the demon, but has a fast rate of fire. However, speedrunners will take their time to charge up shots using the alternate fire, throwing a volley of 3 daggers at once, dealing 15 damage each for a total of 45. This is the most effective way to deal damage, and if you time your charged shots well enough, the demon can be beaten just before the end of the 3rd damage cycle. Whilst Crash was researching for his task, he uncovered a way to combine the fast fire rate of the individual dagger with the increased damage output of the charge daggers. By tapping X and then square in a very particular rhythm, you could now throw individual daggers that dealt 15 damage, increasing their damage by 250%. This was
Welcome
found
to
in
my
2021 and was
Da
dubbed
si
as Super
svađaš s tema.
Daggers. It
Otkud ti?
Ivo probodiomi gardi.
Što te provodio?
Zabarabio Discord da ogasim. Oagabuga BG. Welcome to my channel.
Pusti ti disco muziku.
Good morning, great snake hunter. How are you today?
Pusti ti disco muziku. Ja sam upalio računar oko pola 7 ili 20 do 7 jer vidim rekao nemoguće da si budan u to dobro.
Ja provalio da se provodio.
Jes, fabulous.
Sad će se transformiti u neku gorilu.
Grizzly. Čekaj, samo malo. Kako ovo liči na gorilu?
Ovo što znam, vidim da neki monstrum je.
Viš da je Meca Dobrić.
Ići na gorilu. A pitaj ga sam, brate, mili.
Nemoj ništa da me pitaš. Ne dajem odgovor. Niste na saslušavanju. Ne želim da odgovorim. Ne želim. On voli, on pati, Joe će da ga skrati. Ne želim...
Milan će da skrati.
Jes. Ne želim da odgovorim. Znači, nedelju dana ništa od njega, posle nedelju dana šaljem poruku, te tak će da mi donese. Zašto to mene briga? Kakve su njegove brige u životu, razumeš?
On želi da ti asistiraš kad se...
Ni da mi kaže recimo, ne znam, ženim se ili cura mi je trudna ili hoću da kupim novi auto ili rešio sam da uzmem naočare, ma kak? Ne, hoću da nabavim novi procesor za tuđe pare. I to je vest, ma boli me kurac. Dobro, rekao si što imaš, ne nalazim dužan da odgovorim.
William the Q. Welcome to my channel.
Whoop. Evo malo mnogo drugovi omladinci. Mislim da je s...
Ivane, ide li se na pivo?
Tako.
Da, nećemo biti 2025. jebote.
Zeke. Welcome to my channel.
Joj, neću nikad otići do Vranića, evo. Treba 700 km do menjanja ulja. A ako idem za 2 nedelje za Crnu Goru, da to obavim na vreme, nego neki drug ulager pa radi ovu sve do šalke. Moj kolega Bule, ispravan je auto dok sipa. On je vozio auto na jednom cilindru, znači 3 su se polomila. Ručao je kod traktor dok je sipo gorivo, dok je išlo još 2 nedelje, dok je mogli terao, on ga terao. Terao ga 20 sata, on ga terao. Seli stoji kao ovako. A on su 2 nedelje. Uvijek buk se prođe. Znači na jednom ali to je njemu dok tipa gorivo, dok on možda upali, to je njemu iskreno.
Savršeno ispan auto.
Ja to ne volim, ja volim da je kod mene sve. Ma nego što moram da idem u Branić, jer ga auto servis na 40 km odavde, to mi moram da idem. Pa da, treba uskati uvijek. Treba da ima opet malo, idem u dan 2 i da se vratim nekom selu. Sad imaju zemlju, ovaj gorak svi ga hvale za pijaš iz auta, da je doktor jebi ga, ali ovdje to je oglašeno u granici, znam. I što se sve mogli me zajebu da plaćam to, što su godine na njih. Da se ja mislim da ih plaćam to. A kompjuter mi polikao cilindar u kvačinu koristi isto. I najviše. Ne bi dobro mislim da je Riklo kvačilo i nešto sam ostavio da je auto. Sam nisi obratio pažnje, ali uvijek registrirali. A mogli su da me oderu 500 evra na kešu. najradije ih ne bi menjao, razumiješ?
I'm not ready yet.
Večeras neće biti više od 3 piva i...
Mogu da zamislim kak se...
Pa nisam bio pijan pre ovaj Đoković mi drigo na adrenalin jebote, gledao sam njega u pičku metra.
Bio si u publici?
Aha. Telepo, to sam si imao ovaj Sony televizor.
Pa kao uživo, mislim. Kaže, gledao ga. Ja rekao, gledao ga iz publike. Ne sam nedostaje, no?
Najluđi što ne bio čuo ti zapravo što pričati. Da izlašu mrtav na teren. Ladno je pobedio ovo malo. Ajmo! Znači, moram mi nadziranje.
Ana igrati laki, brate, možeš ti igrati.
A igra i taj sve. Ne igra i ovaj taj sve.
I must wait a moment.
Tako u svemiru, ne? Hvala.
Ko je to smeće od igre. Skinuo sam što je bilo džabe, dan, dva, probao.
Ja sam gledao Nenada i dovoljno mi je bilo.
Tarkov je za ono bolja igra mnogo, znaš? Boris.
Ide Tarkov bolji od nečega onda.
Jes.
Onda koliko je to smešno.
Nažalost bolje. U stanju kako je treba.
Bre, ove male drolje što izlazi po gradu što bi se kavali sa svakim ko pokaže malo novčanik tamo i časti koktel, su male pijane nadrogirane drolje koje ne znaju šta rade. Znači, smrdljivo im je pička da se jebu s trojicom na veće pijane, a ove kurve vode računa i čistiju su njih 10 puta. Sad jasnija definicija. I jeftinije prođe, lepo odem, platim toliko, ne ispati. Još se napijem, još ću se izlupetam gluposti i možda ne dobijem pičku. To je jako pomisle.
A što se reći? Pravo je, zna, pa zna prošle. Pa zna priču.
Što moram još da ih lažem kako su najlepše, najbitnije, da im tamo ližem pičkicu da bi mi dale, bre, da se namole da mi daju, jer one sve gledaju, one imaju računicu, gledaju one i okolo, da ti častiš, gledaju ono okolo, da tu nema možda neki počin, znaš, tako da... Umem da je tako, Milane, bre, znači... to računa u glavi.
I must wait a moment.
I ajde, ključanje za njih 0. Kako taj mod radi. Tu na troškove mečeve izlaze su svega 3 metra unapred. I neke cipele, sandalice, ono, malo kokaina da se poprave i tako, znaš.
Father said such awful things. I couldn't bear it. Don't fret over me. I'm safe.
Šta kaže,
I
jel?
fled to the ruins of Port Deserted and was shocked to find there a group of kind folk. I'll admit I was scared at first. Hard living is strange with but they feed me quite generously. For once I have some fat on my bones.
Ne do ti Bog da neku od ovih nazovi poštenih djevojčica oženiš. Pogledaš medicinski stav, zadnje 2 godine izlečila se od 7 hlamidija, nekih infekcija i ko zna kojih kuraca, evo ti znači. Verovatno bi se zgrozio kad bi video komedice. Nema šta, nema o škole. Nema šta, nema.
Dobro, možeš i da se vrniš.
Da ti kažem da te ne slažem.
To će kad je neko se predstavljao kao Vlada na Discordu ili na Steamu uđeli beš. Kad nam je slao poruke na engleskom. Ona je bila komedija.
Komedija?
Ama nisi ti slao poruke, ja te još nisam vidio da sam napisao 2 reči engleskog. Ne zovem te neukim čovekom, nego to nije tvoj stil, ti si tako ne dopisuješ se od ima. Neko je, da li Steam profil ili Discord, zaboravio sam, nešto je bio od tebe oteo. I sjećam se vrlo dobro da je počeo da mi piše na engleskom, ja ono kao važi, samo sam zatvorio, znao sam da nisi ti 100%. To je kao kad ti ja počeo da ti pišem na Discordu na ruskom ili na mađarskom, ne znam. I to ono, savršeno ozbiljan ton. Neka prevara je bilo u pitanju. Koga je počela žena da bije?
odemo mi u područje i tamo jedna lepa plava, znaš, onako mlađa od nas, bar jedno 10, no?
Da.
I ja mu ući, ali kaže ne, majde vatko ima ovo, znaš. I ništa, on se tu i upozna s njom i dopadnemo se ona i reče da žive zajedno. I dobili jedno dete, dobili drugo dete. Na njegovom poslu mogu da kažem da je bila kriza. Mislim da je posao bio isti kao pre, ali je suština, ako nisi znao, a to mogu da ti kažem da nije isto, kad ti dece imaju 2 godine, 3, 5 i 10 godina i te su ti deca stari, recimo 15 godina i jače. Što su manja deca, što manje koštaju, što su veće deca, što više koštaju.
To vidim, da.
I oni tu bili zajedno i ovo ono. I ovaj dao jednako svoj deci i deci iz prvog braka i ovoj deci iz drugog. A ta nova žena mu je rekla, a ta stara žena mu je rekla, znaš šta, da on seje decu po jagodi.
Šta se?
I rekao, on ispolio pa ti mnogo daješ, pa ti ovo, pa ti ono i to neko udio, pa i onda krenuo kao, pa oni će da uzmu moje dete. Kaže, bre, to je njihova kuća, postoji od naše dece, ja ne
Something for the
delim
cold
decu.
and I'll take it.
I ništa, i ona se na ljuti tu i ode da živi kod majke. I sada već 3 meseca nisu zajedno i ona hoće raditi. A suština moje priče je da
Žene treba tući, šta?
nije htio, brate, nego ne znam koji me kurece. I da samo gledaju tu materijalnu stranu, svi hoće da žive kao na sistemu. Misle da je američki stan, recimo.
Šta da je vlada?
Američki standard ili način života.
A u stvari to ti je prevara, brate, jedna da je američki san pravi.
To je samo san.
Jeste. Ali, znaš šta?
A svi o tome sanjamo sad.
Naše,
I got furs, skins and steel.
Naše društvo su upropastili najveći na svetu mobilni i TV. Zato što na TV-u puštaju razne sranja, a preko mobilnog isto gledaju razne gluposti i one se truju. A ko na kraju strada? Na kraju stradaju porodica i realni i normalni ljudi, jer se ne uklapaju u nenormalno
Dobro, Vlado, ali ti imaš...
Ali ti ne moraš da se... Ti ne moraš da se uklapaš u društvo.
Nisam ti ja, što ti imaš, čekaj, ti i drogu možeš da koristiš na pametan način.
Ali...
Ne daj Bog ti boleš od neke ti sa drogom možeš da ublažiš to, da rešiš i to, ali ako ti uzmeš da se lečiš sam pa pretaraš u tome, ti ćeš da postaneš narkoman. Nije to ništa
It seems your prayers have been answered. Until next time.
Imaju mobile, nego sam hteo da kažem da najčešće žene krenu sa tom pričom vidi ovu, ta radi to, ta radi to, pa hoću, pa ono. Ja ništa nemam, ja u bedi živim i onda tako krenu da se pripuju, krenu da se peru i na kraju kupno brak.
Ali... To nema veze s mobilnim telefonima što ti pričaš. To ti je ljudska bolest. Znaš? Što ljudi žele da... To ti je ono tračarenje, razumeš, iz dokolice. Ako ti žene tračari ili, znači, ono, to nije zbog mobilnog telefona, nego to je zato što je dokona. Znači, ne radi dovoljno. Znam da zvuči staromodno i ono fašistički, ali to je tako, nažalost.
I ja se sa Nešom slažem kada Neša kaže da žene treba vratiti na fabrički jezik.
A dobro, ne vidi, to je nešto drugo.
Ma dobro, ali to možda u nekom svom univerzumu.
Čika Neša je brutalas.
Danas one gledaju da im se pruža maksimalno.
Ma gledaj, ja gledam recimo
Da.
sebe, znaš. Kada nešto gledaš i ovo kreni najprije od sebe. Ja sam naučen tako. Ja sam naučen tako da uvijek ženi platim 1000, ženi platim ručak, večeru, da mi ne plati ništa.
To je okej, to je normalno.
Dobro.
To je moja škola, znaš.
Da.
Ali posle toga tako preći još. Plati tebe da nećeš moći baš da ispoštuješ sve što hoćeš.
Ali to je nemoguće. Znači, i male deci treba reći, ono, dosta je ono, ima limit neki, znaš.
Ne.
Ima li, znaš šta, gledaj, mnogo je lakše o tome pričati nego konkretno nešto raditi.
Pa mogu ja da pričam sa kukoć. Ja nisam oženjen, nemam dečicu i tako.
Ne, ja ti iz nekog mog izgleda kažem.
Šta ću da mu kažem?
Meni? Nemoj ništa mi pričaš.
Ne pričam ti ništa nego ovi smaravi.
A znam da smara, no problem.
Kaži mu ti, pozovi ga pa mu kaži mi.
Mo reći sebi,
Onda ništa,
boli
onda
me
pričaš
briga.
to.
I razmislio zašto neće da se javi.
Pa ja znam zašto neće da mu se.
Pa ja znam da znaš, ali pitan njega je zašto neće ti se javi. Zato što ga smaraš, brate, malo koji ti je žao.
Zato što ne postoje normalne teme o kojima možemo da pričamo.
A on zašto opet je pretoplo u pičku materinu. Nema da ne ide. Da imam do Maksija i do Mesere da budem sretno kilo i krila.
Dao sam onome momku iz Hrvatske, dao sam tvoj broj telefona. Pa ako te bude zvao da igrate Hante, mora se začudiš.
Ja?
Ne znam, to je momak iz Hrvatske.
A? Ma ne, to je za Milana.
A za Milan?
Aha. Oni su inače tvoji fanovi. Zadivljeni su kako imaš 5000 sati i dalje guraš kamen uzbrdo.
Šta se radi?
Odo dok me još ne mrzi. Ajde, to sam tu.
Je.
Znam, slučajno imam notifikaciju dole levo na ekranu u stanju u Beogradu po lokaciji, tako da... To je 37, ja. 37.
Nice. Very nice.
Šitnec. Da. To je računar, je u stvari klima uređaja, ja sam shvatio, ti nemaš kompjuter.
U stvari...
Ti si nekako uspeo u klimu, onaj slot za ventilaciju da zabodeš grafičku i procesor i memoriju.
Yes.
Vidi, to je apsolutno Marvelous.
Marvelous? Marvelous? Marvelous?
That's absolutely marvelous.
Čekaj, kako se beše onaj crtan iz duškog guška viče Hansel? 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 Hansel?
Hansel und Gretel.
Hansel?
Hansel und Gretel.
Bugs Bunny.
Ti si ispod iscrtanog Ivica i Murica.
Candy and ice cream. Truant, officer, madam. And pray, what are your names, my poor children?
Oh.
And my name is Hans. She is a witch and means to eat you for her supper. Ach, und Himmel! Hides a vacuum cleaner!
Hansel.
It was never taken seriously because the input and rhythm were too precise for a human.
John Cena. John Cena. Dobro si rekao, John Sins.
Oh shit, get out of the fire! Get out of the fire! Oh no, we're all gonna die!
We'll just stay quiet for a little bit.
Well, there was this one time.
Počeli smo sad ozbiljnije.
Jedan sekund nisi mogu da odvojiš da ti Ljuba donese vam.
So I got my first extensive look at Payday 3 during the semi-public beta, and I wanted to share my thoughts on the game. Yeah, there's a lot of people that have already done that, and quite a few much earlier than I ever get to touch the game, but here's my take. And if there's one thing that I can guarantee you, it's that I'm going to be pretty critical. So if I find something good, then that means I find it genuinely good. But I also won't sugarcoat the bad things. Now, a lot of people get all uppity saying, "Oh, you can't judge the beta version of a game." But let's be real here. Even if the devs say that this is from an earlier build of the game, chances are what you see is largely what you get from the final release, especially with the game being only a little over a month away. Now, before we get to my impressions, quick note, I'm using a new microphone. Still a bit spend happy after upgrading my setup, so let me know in the comments if you like it or not. I'm still fiddling around with settings, but fingers crossed, it sounds okay. Let's start with the gameplay, probably one of the most important aspects of Payday. Let's just say I was whelmed. Not overwhelmed, not underwhelmed, just whelmed. It's alright. Of course, it's an improvement over Payday 2, but that's a very, very low bar to hurdle. And even then, there's actually a couple things I do miss from Payday 2. So let's start with the gunplay. Now, this might be a pretty common take that people have said, but Payday 3 definitely feels a lot more like the successor to Payday the Heist, which is the first game, rather than Payday 2.
Oho.
From a combat perspective,
Kaže, Payday 3 je više Payday 1 nego Payday 2.
I guess in early Payday 2
po borbi, znaš kako ono borbu ide. Pa jeste da su se prvi deo bio mnogo teži. Drugi je ono, easy peasy.
Honestly, it became a non-issue in that game. It was just so fast. At least in the present, reloading is a very conscious choice you have to consider for different weapons. Assault rifles have a moderate reload time, you know, they're the jack of all trades, while this little Uzi here reloads quite fast, but in turn has a small magazine and a fast fire rate, so it dumps ammo really quick. Then we have shotguns, and they reload much slower. You can't cancel reloads like before, and it's much harder to reload quickly in the middle of a gunfight and then continue right on. You really have to plant yourself in cover and finish loading each shell that you started before you actually get back to blasting people. As for the different weapon types, so far I'm liking how they're handled. I think this was also a strong suit in Payday 2, but you know, different weapon types excel in different areas and they function a little differently. Assault rifles, as anyone would expect, they're all-arounders, you know, not much to say there. The M14 in this game, or whatever it's called, is a very precise weapon, not meant to be spammy, But because of that, it's also very strong, and it can break the shield's visor quickly and easily. While things like SMGs, they straight up can't, or they find it incredibly difficult. Same with shotguns. On the opposite end of the spectrum, shotguns are great for dealing with large crowds really quickly with their high burst damage. But of course, they suffer from a low damage per second, a low consistent damage per second. So it's not super effective at killing guys like bulldozers, at least not from my experience. Sadly, you also can't snipe with it like you could in Payday 2.
Falim te kurc, kaže, više ne možeš da upgradeš shotgun, da pucaš s njim kao sa snajperom.
Kind of akin to the M14. It just doesn't actually feel like a high-powered revolver. This thing has like shield piercing and sniping capability, but it has this weird dinky recoil, and it doesn't sound like it actually packs much power. A small pet peeve, but it kind of sickens me how they destroy it. But yeah, all in all, the weapons feel pretty good. Popping heads feels pretty good. Hit registration is decent. And enemies give this really nice feedback when they get shot, so you know your bullets are hitting, stuff like that. Spotting weapons also seems to be fairly impactful. So
Idu pičku materinu.
One of the biggest changes from
3 sekunde stojim kao retardiran. Moguće.
Is it a 1.5? One of the low zoom scopes. They make a big difference in being able to hit targets at range, and especially snipers. With just the iron sights, it's crazy how hard it is to deal with the recoil and the general inaccuracy and trying to hit anything beyond like 20-30 meters. Now, all that being said, the gunplay is solid, but it didn't really wow me. You know, as mentioned previously, yeah, it's an improvement in my eyes, but at the same time, it really only comes to par with modern games, you know, like Call of Duty. Yeah, it feels better than the sad mess that was Back 4 Blood, but it still doesn't hold a candle to other games, like the fluidity and feel of, say, Destiny 2. So, let's talk about what I did like. The movement definitely felt sluggish. Almost every action has pretty much some sort of delay or a little bit of funk to it. There's a delay from sprinting to shooting, a delay from sliding to shooting, from running to sliding, basically any movement action. Now, I know, there are certain skills and mods that help with some of these, especially mods that say increase or decrease idiot's time. And it does fall more in line with the approach of a slower, more methodical shooter, kind of like Payday Heist. But it doesn't work. Payday 2's fast-paced player movement was quite special, honestly, and it makes the player feel more in control of their actions.
Pa šta je to? Lažno reklamiranje?
Reload canceling.
Video sam reklamu kad pokrećem Diablo 4, imaš onaj Blizzard, onaj Battle.net launcher i tu imaš ono Modern Warfare među ostalog. Video sam nekakvu logo, neku reklamu, ne znam šta je. Uff. Bam, bam, bam. Dođi onda. Ne, onaj je... Veljev Petrović. Bam, bam, bam. Dođi onda. Čekaj. Ne na tu stranu, ne.
Kako ne? A radim jebat.
Fresh meat! Oh no! No, the fresh meat. Not the fresh meat.
Ozbiljno, nisam znao da ti si rekao da idem.
Ne. Idiot. Motherfucker. Oh. This is fucked up. Whoop. Ide gas. Držite me noge. Junački. Whoop. Schmidt.
Jesi ti Milane uplatio ono? A Milane? Meni je okej, tu vam je u soku.
No.
Loše. Nima da mi crkneš.
Piti ovo govnar, healuje se. Alo bre. Aha.
Znam.
Mhm.
A ja sam.
Malo je previše drugovi partizani. Gdje? Ovo je garantovana smrt. What is this damage? Ma. Fresh meat.
Ja. Ako ne.
Send the maniac to catch the maniac.
Pa ti reče da ćeš malo da baciš na neku kuticu, nešto.
Fresh meat.
Voliš ili ne smiješ? Ali ne smiješ.
A ne sme, Drakula, znaš i zašto? Zato što je jedva zgrnuo to malo džepaca, znaš, i sad najbolje da ga prokocka. Kad će opet onako lako i pare da uzme, razumeš? To što uzeo. Nego ovdje vize leba bez motike. Op, 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 op. Bio je neki update za onaj Dark Tide, ali nemam pojma šta su updateovali. Čini mi se crafting.
Znači...
Yes.
Znači Milane, treba biti alava.
A? Treba.
Treba se.
Pogleda Željka Mitrovića. Ima ga na TV-u, ima ga u muzici, evo ga u nauci, on je naučnik, Elon Musk 2.0. On ima kanal o jahtama u Srbiji. Koliko ima jahta u Srbiji, jebote. Ko je njemu konkurencija, razumeš? Nebulozni tip. Kapiraš?
Dobro. Napravio Pink, bret. Još koje pare uzeli.
Mislim, svaka čast, svakom je tako to, razumeš. Ali ono, ne, okej, razumeš, uzmi pare i ono, ne moraš da se baš guraš u svaki, uskoro će se kandidat za predsjednika, u svaku, razumeš, svaku oblast. Jer da se pojavi u reality nekom i to je to. Ne, nećeš.
What is love?
Baby, don't hurt me no more. Pam, 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 pam. Gorsz. Mit ich. Hello?
I must wait a moment.
Hello?
Yeah.
I'm not ready yet.
Jeszcze będzie moje betki
I must wait a moment.
Pada z tobą.
Gdje? Hej. Chill, daddy chill. Jebate, zalediše me nekakav AOE mi je, razumeš, pod guzicom, ono, vidim kako ću umre. Znači, ono, već sam par desetija da ću poginu. Ja imam multi kao onaj voliber. Znaš, ono, da se zaleti u karakter i da ga, ono, fragazi. Vidi ovdje. Nice try.
Tačno. Inače ona je trudna se.
Nikada detuju dotovi.
Zna se, dugo su zajedno.
Niskuzi.
Baš sam pričao s njom bio. I ono, super je, baš rekao da ja, kakav osjećaj. Kaže, kao da ja nisam ja, kaže. Lepo, drago mi je, već. Ljudi se, brate, nađu i blagosloveni su. Nemam ja nikad predrasude prema tome, brate, neka uživaju ljudi, neka imaju ljubavi. Što ja nemam, brate. Ja ne verujem samo sebi, kamo li ikom drugom, a ne ženam. Ali možda i loše to, ja sam isti kao ti, brate. Gledamo sasvim neku drugu stranu, kao znaš, može... Brate, ljudi naprave plan bez dan, upoznaju se i ono, čito život su srećni, ono, ne, pa da. Tako da, nema treba. Pa, šta sve danas ima, brate, garancije, otkud ti znaš da sad trenutno dok ti ja pričamo neće meni da crpe kurka za tebe. Sad i to. Pa sad kad bi gledali tek... vidiš koliko su mi bolesni, koliko mi gledamo. A dobro, da. Ali ne treba to tako. Treba gledati samo poziciju. Ne treba razmišljati. Umijak. Što te se radi? Tako? Gdje bi to mene dovelo?
Wow.
Ne. Ma ne moram ni da mislim. Ne znam zašto bi se neko pripremao bre za to.
Šta za sudnji dan?
Najgore stvar, što ja sad ću da nekako pravilan, čovjek koji nikad nije zapalio cigaru i brete pivo uzeo, umre, brete, čist zdrav, nema ni 20 godina. I onda ti meni kaže poslije. Zato ja gledam da igram prljavije, brete. Bolje jeste, ali ostavimo to za njega, nek se on bavi s tim, nećemo ti ja da se bavimo s tim. Treba uživati samo, to je smisao meni. sad ne znam za vas, neko ako voli da muči sebe, da moli svako večer, ne mogu. Čuješ ti mene? To je meni već bolesno, neko je onda uzeo njega pred svega i ništa s tim ne može poštiti. Ako njega za svoje neuspjehe samo koristi njegovu reč, kako sam ti obratio samo kako stavim.
Satan made me do it.
A ne, najgore naš ti koliko ljudi uzima brate njega, ono...
Ima Boži uzalud.
A ovamo naš kurcem. Zato ja neću da se bavim. Zato što kada vidim kakvi se ljudi bave s tim, i mi da namjerno trolujem, da kažem da ne verujem namjerno. Ali postoji svakako, znam, ali tako je.
Pa naravno da postoji neki viši oblik života, samo kako se zove ili gdje mu je prebivalište.
Šta si rekao meni? Svi smo mi bolesni svakako. Svakome fali nešto. Niko ti nije normalan, da si prvi ja kažem.
Nek baci prvi kamen onaj koji nije grešan. Niko nije bacio kamen.
Znaš šta je poenta? Ja shvaćam da sam grešan i ja idem tako. Šta sad ja treba bi da gledam, ne smijem da pušim, ne smijem da dišem, ova hrana nije zdrava, boli me uvo vrt. To što mi je ponuđeno, poniđeno, mislim živim tako i to je to, grešan sam, to je to. Pa je tako, šta se sad ja izdvajam kao, Treba se zbrzati samo.
Ti ovaj lag majke. Marš! Lupi server. Da bog da igram hardcore ovog govneta.
Ja, thank you. Sad bi mi rekao narkomančinu!
Jesi gledao sinac one...
Jesi ga čuo juče, da on kao bez ono, znaš... Da, lako, lagano.
Trankeroli, lajavi, piskali vam.
A lajavi, brate. I onda će posle...
Jebava mi dok prihvatam sve.
Onda posle... Slušaj, onda posle ja kada počnem, a ja nemam osjećaja. I onda dođe do anafice.
Kako ovu drogu koristiš, znači to treba shvatiti.
Jer ja onda kada krenem, onda nestajem svaki dan.
A znaš šta, popričalo se da sam baš ušao.
Da. Instinkt mu je rekao, neko te...
Sad.
Odmah ste krenuli.
O lajavi, niko nije lajao.
Evo ja sam pričao. O čemu smo pričali?
A to naravno, pošto ti nisi znao da se tu baš čupa.
Jebem li vas ja u tu budu?
Pa šta nas? To ti Milan, brate, rekao.
Stop homo.
Legenda.
Stop homo.
Je, da, on isto, ono, random, znaš, rekao, vrsti me. Najgore stvar, ako ja upalim alarm za to, znaš i sam da nemam osjećaja, onda to sve se posveđamo. A da, to je već, naravno. Zato što ti i ja svaki put peđica, zato što uvijek ti ako imamo neku priču, ti uvijek peđa.
Nego ponekad mislimo da si, ja mislim da si homo sapiens. Šta god.
Milane, bre. Šta je napolje kad si popao? Radiš ti napolje?
Ne radim.
Pa ne radi napolje. Niti ja radim napolje isto tako.
Možda was a case they gave me. Idem da pojedem nešto. Sad ću. Thank you.
Čovječe, sav sam nogu sam mokro. Koja vlada napolje, ovo je tako je vlažno je, pičke mater. Ovo ne radi sam ceo dan, celu noć, nego napolje, bre. Jebo te Snake, da te jebe u dupe, da te jebe Snake. Kaj bre čovječe toliko opsednut čovjekom jel? Nisi mi odgovorio što ti opsednut. Čekira! Moram do još jedne prodavnice, čekiri. Dok sam još u... Idem do mesare, čekira. A ne ide sa mnom budalo. Gde će ona bre, ona iznad asfalta bre, jezik ispusti posle 100 metara bre, ona je toplije. Da, nego njoj je toplije 20 puta nego nama bre, ona je mala bre, ona je tačno iznad asfalta. Šakira! Šakirče!
It is a deep.
Rekao mi je veterinar, ona ako sedne ispod klime njoj to prija, znači da ne obraćam pažnjivo.
You need
Ili neće biti ništa, kad skloniti sve. Kad je pola dana. Znam. Curi im voda na usta tu, izbacuju sve. Pazi, čak idem dok sam još u lotnom stanju, idem do me sad, u pičku makne, naravno da razume, ja samo čekam dan kad će ono da progovori, čovječ. Misli, redko pametan pas. Ona nije pas, ona u sebi u glavi, ona misli ona čovjek, tako da ja nju potpuno razumem, znaš. Jedino što ima to malo govornu manu i jedne ga reži umjesto da propriča, ali mi se razumije. Ne. Perilisa, ne.
Mislim da si obraćao pažnju šta ti Boris priča, da je imalo pobačaja, da je morao da vodi kod veterinara, da plaća pare, da je jedva pretekla, sjetio bi se da je to rekao pre pola godine.
Godina i materice i jaja.
Pošto on nema pojma ko šta ovdje priča i šta se dešava, samo ja. Boli te kurac. Bukvalno te boli kurac. Znači jednog dana će reći će neko ovdje, Nenad je preminuo, ne daj Bože, i ono, jebi ga, moramo da, ono, ako njegovi drugari iz Discorda žele da znaju, i to je to. On će zaboraviti, pitaće gdje je Nenad, a gdje je Nenad? Toliko si operisan od mozga. Ti čovjek rekao. Bukvalno ti je rekao. Majmun jedan. Bez sjećanja.
Milan, pičke mater, zašto tako ponašaš, bre? Milan?
Drvo od drveta. Toliko imaš dobro pamćenje. Nemaš pojma ko šta ovdje priča.
Očito sam do mojih mesara.
Jebate Bog. Nevjerovatno. Evo, boli kurac za sve ostalo.
Of course, it got a bit out of hand in Payday 2, but overall, I think it's more fitting for this series. This game's type of movement is something that seems to emulate like a military simulation type of game, but Payday is anything but a milsim game. It feels like it's going halvesies, where you have the more limited, quote-unquote realistic movement, but then you still lack any of the stuff present in those other games, like cover-based shooting, peeking, or anything remotely tactical. One thing in Destiny 2 I really like is that you can crouch behind a waist-high wall and you'll stay in cover, but if you aim down sights while still crouched, you'll ever so slightly peek over the cover so you can shoot enemies. And when you let go of ADS, you'll go back in cover. It works really well for a first-person shooter, and I wish I saw more of that kind of mechanic. So I can definitely say I'm not a fan of Payday 3's movement, at least not for now. I'm also not a fan of how special it is played for a couple different reasons. Firstly, and it's not super related to gameplay, but it is a valid concern of mine, specials look way too much like regular units. They don't stand out from their animations, to their silhouette, or even their design. Like, I'm very colorblind. I need ways to differentiate the enemies from a visual perspective. Right now, I can't. It's really hard to spot tasers, to spot cloakers, and even the new gas units. They just all look the same. Even the bulldozer looks much more like every other unit. I also think that, well, I guess this isn't a promise, but we definitely were supposed to see that specials got new abilities, new mechanics, but so far that's fallen flat. Now, I don't know if this is because it's only in the beta, but specials are just the same old specials we saw in Payday 2, and in some ways even worse. Tasers no longer have an audio cue when they charge up. Even if there is one, you can barely hear it. Cloakers, they don't hide, they don't do sneaky tactics, they don't do anything. They don't do that cool wall jump kick you saw in the trailer. They just drop in like regular units, run up and kill you. Most of the time, it'll happen without warning or sound, and you'll have no idea they were even after you. In fact, it's really bad, because they'll just start sprinting for you from a mile away. Sometimes you haven't even seen them, or maybe, I guess the enemy AI did, but they were way too far away for you to notice. They'll just run and kick you down, and you've been hiding in a corner just around a door. It's actually quite frustrating. And then that new gas unit? That's just a flashbang mechanic, but with a physical unit that you can kill now. I don't know. You know, I'm not saying I wanted completely new specials or anything, but you know what? Now that I say that, it actually sounds pretty cool. But specials just feel boring. They haven't really added any flavor to the gameplay. Not more so than what was already in it. So in that regard, it's very disappointing, at least from a gameplay aspect. Stealth. Stealth definitely deserves its own little segment, even if it's a derivative of gameplay. Partially because it can be very polarizing. Some people love stealth, some people hate stealth and will never do it, and some people will do a little bit of both stealth and loud. So honestly for me, I think stealth shows the most promise and is what I am looking forward to most out of this game. The new mechanics added, such as all the new stuff you can do in casing mode, the new semi-alert status of the guards, the various abilities and tools like the new camera little hacking dot thing they can throw on people, the hacking abilities, they're all extremely well. Stealth feels fresh and new, and honestly, completely different. I mean, just take the new casing mode. While unmasked, you can now pick locks, you can lure guards away, you can hack cameras, you can use your stealth tools, you can pickpocket key cards, and you can even crouch and open doors. Even. I say even like it's the most mind-blowing thing to open doors and crouch. They didn't fucking ruin me. But yeah, there's definitely a lot more thought in the gameplay of stealth. While you mask up, you can also incorporate some of the new hostage mechanics, like you can hold them up and drag them around, and that is, so far, the best way of moving hostages. And tying them down and then follow you, it's awful. Let's face it, overkill can't make competent pathing for AI. Their lives depended on it. Now, I will admit though, at times, stealth is extremely goofy and very unrealistic. People won't like that. They like the whole realistic Payday, but I've always thought that that notion in itself is ridiculous because Payday is quite realistic. Still, it's a valid complaint, and the new stealth definitely does not help that. In fact, this is probably moving away from a realistic heisting game stealth, and it's just this weird amalgamation of funky mechanics and techniques specific to this game. I've personally said that Payday just doesn't feel like a heisting game anymore, but that's a whole nother video on its own. In any case, I can't comment too much on stealth because this aspect of the game feels much more dependent on map design and the skills you obtain, both of which right now are lacking or were unattainable to me, so I can't say much. But I definitely do think stealth is the one thing I'm looking forward to the most. So, unfortunately, I can't actually comment much on the skills. Like I mentioned earlier, some things were just unobtainable to me. Leveling was broken for the days that I actually had free time, and I couldn't test much stuff out. My early impressions, though, is that the new skill system is a simplified and less customizable set than that of Payday 2. I won't speak on their effectiveness or the way they change how the game feels and stuff, but just that it appears to be more limiting. Now, whether or not the new system is good or bad remains to be seen, but I think one of the main draws of Payday 2 is the crazy customizable skill trees that you had, and for casual players that weren't so stuck up on meta, you could choose basically anything you wanted just because you wanted to have it. You could be a puppet master that controlled the Joker dogs and sentries, or the tool guy with C4s and saws, and did a whole bunch of general support or whatever. I also noticed a lack of the wacky kind of skills, stuff like Inspire or Graze or Dodge. That's just off the top of my head. Again, it's not good or bad, but to me it just seems like there's less of that unique aspect which was present in Payday 2. Yeah, let's talk visuals. People don't like me complaining about visuals, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Payday 3 does not look very good. The beta map's green filter is shit, and it makes everything look dull and lifeless. It also hides the sniper lasers to me. Remember, I'm colorblind. They did not make the lasers stand out at all. So the weapon models, they actually do look pretty good, as do the first-person animations. No complaints there. But just like Payday 2, third-person animations, they either don't look very good, like crouch walking around, or they straight up don't exist, like again, Payday is all about the gameplay. And I've even said this myself, I would have been okay with a Payday 3 that just has a new game engine, maybe some better visuals, light gameplay upgrades, you know, kind of like how CSGO was. And sure enough, Payday 3 does feel very much like that. But you're also expected to pay $90 for the game and 1 year of DLC. If I have to pay that much, if I'm expected to pay that much, I expect to get a AAA title's worth of a game, both in gameplay and visuals. And what we have right now isn't. It's disappointing. Of course, the hope is that the beta is not representative of how the rest of the game will look, but I'm not getting my hopes up. Now, since we're talking about the graphics, let's also talk about performance. You guys know me, I'm the first person to shit on game devs for making unoptimized pieces of shit. But I also can't right now. I just dropped a lot of fucking money on an entirely new setup. I literally built a computer just to play Payday 3. How sad is my life? And if I can't run it perfectly fine now, well, I would have raised fucking hell. But no, I ran into very little issues myself. I'll link my specs in the description or something, so if you want to know, check it out. Actually, just let me know if you want to see me. I want to share. Unfortunately, not everyone can solve this problem by throwing money at it. As of right now, I have read that there is shaky performance for less than optimal hardware, and even for those with good hardware, some that are better than others. So please, if you have any concerns at all, read reviews, do a trial of the game before you purchase, because from what I read, I don't think this game does well. Do not burn yourself. Pre-ordering, doing something. Final thoughts? Well, as for everything else, it's a beta. A lot of stuff that I'm not happy with should hopefully get changed, and I do actually hope that these will get changed during the release. Stuff like keybinds being kind of funky and kind of bad, sensitivity not going low enough for people like me that use
Majku, dođi vam. Ti ćeš meni live da radiš.
Again, colorblind here. You gotta make it big and bold and flashing. And there's also connection problems with the game, the lobby, and the stupid fucking Nebula accounts. Hey, did I mention? Payday 3 is gonna be online only. You're gonna have to be online at all times, and you have to be connected to your Nebula account at all times. Fun stuff. Well, on the plus side, it does seem that crossplay works okay. So at least they're getting something right on that end. And I do actually have to And in other news, I don't think that there has been any word of modding support or anything about modding, actually. And also, as far as we know, just no major changes planned for Payday 3 in the near future. So, that's what I thought of Payday 3 thus far. What about you guys? For those of you lucky enough to get into the beta, how are you feeling about it? Payday 3 is just a short ways away now, and I'm trying to get myself to do maybe my last few Payday 2 videos that I wanted to make before. But, as always, we'll have to see how motivated I am to work. Anyway, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you guys later.
Kako ne? Damo kida.
I'm not ready.
Šta radi?
Yep.
Nejci, zašto misliš da Milan laže?
A? Uzi čega? Ima više opcija o kojima laže, da čujem. U čemu laže?
Sve.
Da fake laže što se ženskih tiče.
Ko? Milan da laže kad su u pitanju žene. A? Ma jak? A?
To ti tu... Da. To ne... On njemu kaže ne.
I must wait a moment.
Šta radi?
I onaj gleda glavno nego vredi. Ona.
Ma nije. Biće.
Name is me if you wanna leave. My name is...
Bombus. Your name is Bombus.
Flawless Diamond. Welcome to my channel.
Flawless Diamond. What? What is that? Okay. Clunk. Whoop. Look at that money.
broken. Not broken.
I'm not ready yet.
Bum.
Batwomen. Welcome to my channel.
Women?
Anastasiaza. Welcome to my channel.
Hello darkness, my old friends. Can't I talk with you again? Because the vision softly creeping. Oh my god. I can look at that.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Feel mercy. Welcome to my channel.
I'm not ready yet.
Very nice.
I appreciate it.
Hello.
Oj, opet. Kakve ludje, ba.
Šta? Ko? Šta? Ne, molim.
Štedi biti.
A ti kao voliš da dođeš na zovu, jebote čim neko dobije neke pare, ti se praviš na njegov račun na 1 dana, jebote, kakav si čovjek.
Ne štedi, ja sliko tucu, ono, koje kontra.
Kupi neki poklon s kurama.
Koje si ti kontra, Milane? Ti sve što pričaš radiš su.
Da, kad se kupio. Kupio je Mozart kugle, navodno je dobio sve, i on nešto kao ono. Rafaelo, ajde. Platio tipa, i tražio se plati.
Kude plovi ovaj brod sa kojim smo krenuli mi, Žalva kušinko. Easy.
Impressive. Greetings. My bags are full. Hello. I must wait a moment.
ide, a? Lako mi je bre za vratanje. Ja tebi kažem, a jo, vratanje. Jeli.
Jadano.
Da li ćeš trenirati?
Stvarno, tvoje dnevne dileme su ono, užas. Da li ustati ili odustati?
Gledaj se s nekojom.
Da. Koje problemi u životu? Sve. Hoću li jesti 3 jajeta ili 4? Da li da treniram danas ili možda sutra ili da idem nacije? Bože, sačuvaj. Stvarno, užas.
A dobro, on neće svakak jebati. Njemu je bolje da ostane ovako.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Palit ćemo.
I will burn it to the ground.
Tamo, Jatko.
Šarić, Darko. Šarić, Darko.
Dobro.
A dobro, idem, ali ima klima. Sad im je u obavezi da ih... Pa će se poruke.
Znači, gangula u reda.
Jes. Ali zato uveo policajce, biti one bele. Meni jesu, veti, nego sad...
Ne znam kada si otišla...
Slušaj, ja uzeo, veti, telefon, kao ovi ljudi pokazuju ono, 300 i ja kao pokrećem random dok on gleda glumi kao ja kao naš profesor. Kako sam odigrao?
Čekaj, su uniformisani čovječe, kako?
Jesu. Da, za prevoz i za ove što prodaju na Black isto fazno.
Na Black Sabbath.
Sad su ti beli bre za to. Znači komunalna nije, sad su beli.
Piše policija za javni red.
Aha, a to je to.
Stojali na Slavini i uči tu gde ovi za aerodrom parkiraju, a ne kombije, znaš? Tu su mi vidi. Vidiš kako izgledaju. Kako reći, kako je ovdje
Uglavnom nema jedan, ima ih drati grupama, idu njih 5-6. Znači ako ne platiš, a izbacuju. I u stvari nisam ja to probao još, ali vjerovatno može da kažeš samo ne znam kako se kuce ili zaboravio sam ovo. Ali gledaj, bolje je to stvar nego ono što je vjerojatno bilo, zato što je lakše, a?
Na engleskom snimu, sad sam došao posle 6 mjeseci s djecom, oni aparati ovdje, znači.
Eso no habla inglesi.
Misliš na one karte čitavanja?
A onda da... Stvari sam jedna reći tamo to bila radila se su provali. Kaže, nešto imaju svrstu sistemu sa maestro i master karticama, nemoj da provale da li očitana ili ne, znaš. I kad pokažeš maestro i master kartice, to se provali. A ja imam sistem englesku. Pokažem vam to, oni samo kad vide hvala. Ili kao stave na aparat i kaže hvala, ja sam mojemu pravo.
Nešto se treba da se nastavi. Jako da se gledamo. Uleti mu naša kara.
I'm not ready yet. Is within you. Thanks. I must wait a minute.
Marvelous. Welcome to my channel.
I'm not ready yet.
O, dobro.
Brother.
Come on, bro.
My brother in Christ.
Come on, it's a bucket. Reci mi. To je kao da si mi rekao, ajde da igramo igru staru 20 godina.
Šta to?
Planet Side.
To je baš... Ne znam da je to iskopu. Ajmo Minecraft.
Ajde da igramo Super
Minecraft je star, ne, Minecraft je star 10-15 godina isto. Ja ne, meni ne bi smelo to da igram Minecraft s vama. A ne. Zadnje što sam gledao, da.
To je Daybreak kompanija, to je smeć.
Ali... fora s tim Planet Side-om je što ima jako mnogo ljudi u ekipi i to je totalni haos. Nisam siguran da... A možeš ti da napraviš šta hoćeš. Znači Okršaj i ekipa, to su ogromne ekipe ljudi, razumiješ? To ti pričam. Da, ali... Eto još.
Ja sam išao sa proračunom, znaš. Ja sam znao da će da me nađu, znači nije to ništa sporno. Ja sam stavio 2 nagazne mine i ja sam računao da kad je ubio makar 5-6 njih, to ne nađu, znaš.
I'm not ready yet.
Sepo mi uspio da izbegne moje mine jer nije došao iz tog pravca.
Da.
Yep.
I need more time.
Najo!
Evo, broće, šući jebote. Vidi ga ovaj, jebalo te. Skidanje.
No sled trash. What?
Not while I'm in town.
Pin. Can you pin me? Pin!
Ethiopia. Welcome to my channel. Aviola. Welcome to my channel.
Hello, Mr. Stealthy. What's up? Well, sadly I gotta go to work in like an hour, so I just wanted to take out the, what's it called, the Red Prince, and that's it. You know, I would like to play more, but sadly my time is limited. Bum. Very good. I guess, well, I already completed the prince just by giving him a coins, and I can do it like once again. I don't know, but I need to finish him off with a dagger, and I think that's a bit risky strat. Nope. Nope. Yes. No. 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 Sounds pretty good.
Bless and thank you.
So no, it's up to you. Barrier, intelligence, shapeshift, damage, whatever these pieces of shit are.
Come back and see.
Yeah.
It is done.
This is the easiest XP that you can get in this game. Easiest. Not really good. Whatever. So let's see, your answer is I recommend Summoner. Well, I knew you were gonna say something like that. Next time someone asks for third player in hunt, I will just say take necromancer. Facepalm.
Not while I'm in town.
That's fine. That's fine. I gotta go eat. Yeah. Oh my lord. Oh.
Olivia. Welcome to my channel. Vlad. Welcome to my channel. Be Laddit. Welcome to my channel.
I know. I'm just trying to make a joke. Relax. So anyway.
Oh, hey there. Couldn't help but notice my little modern art piece, could you? Yeah, really brings the place together, I think. Now, I know what you're thinking, because you're predictable. Scott, what the fuck am I looking at here? Well, you see, I decided to take a break from my routine content of nothing, and am starting to create things with the YouTube account I have. Wacky concept, I know. Turns out there is a big market for white dudes giving unsolicited opinions and video essays right now, and this is one of those. But onto this. You see, the reason I'm wearing this stupid shit and have this schizophrenic writing up here is because in this visual cacophony of incomprehensible ramblings lay a couple ethical questions that I want to talk about today. Primarily being, what sort of experiences are we promised when we play a game? Do we actually own any of the games that we play if they're in a digital format? And of course, number 3, should developers be able to mess with our games while we play them? Ladies and gentlemen, and those beyond the binary, welcome to Spaceman Scott.
We're gonna start this video off by talking about the TikTok that inspired it all. A conspiracy theory post by Samantha Sims, or HalloweenHo69, discussing how they believe that Markiplier's 17-hour live stream of Welcome to the Game 2 was tampered with and made unwinnable by the game's developer. The TikTok is pretty succinct, but for the sake of being thorough, as well as adhering to my fetish for long-form content, let me give you some context for why HalloweenHo69 and so many others believe this theory. Welcome to the Game 2 is the sequel to the indie horror game Welcome to the Game.
God, this game journalism shit's easy.
The game is centered around you trying to save a woman named Amelia from being killed by a deep web murder cult, known as Noir. You do this by scouring page upon page of the game's version of the deep web, attempting to find 8 hashes that will unlock a hidden tunnel to the shadow web, and thus aid you in saving Amelia. You must do all this while avoiding being assassinated, arrested, murdered, or bludgeoned to death with a fucking hammer. Well, that's subtle. You play as an investigative reporter by the name of Clint Edwards, a man who the game's Wikia has no qualms with absolutely roasting the shit out of. Yeah, fucking get him! Aside from all of that, the plot to Welcome to the Game 2 is mostly straightforward. However, the gameplay is a whole other beast.
Welcome to the Game 2 is not an easy game. You know, some people say that some games are like a commitment to get good with, or just take forever to learn the controls and essentially be able to know how to play effectively. Well, Welcome to the Game 2 is like an arranged marriage with a Rube Goldberg machine.
There are a near infinite amount of things for you to keep track of, like your motion sensors, police radio, how many lights you have on in your apartment, where to place your VPN, getting hacked, making money while you're getting hacked,
welcome to my channel,
of getting hacked altogether, Wi-Fi networks, literal hacking into different Wi-Fi networks, power outages, hiding from hitmen, hiding from breathers, hiding from noir, but not really because it's just actually a high-stakes game of peekaboo, and of course, Amazon delivery services. As I said, the game is demanding, requiring a lot of time, energy, skill, and unfortunately, luck to beat. But now that we know the basics of the game, let's talk more about the theory. Meet Adam the Web Pro Flatow, a self-proclaimed game programmer and the main guy running Reflect Studios. Adam's been making games for the better part of the last decade, with the Welcome to the Game series being his flagship IP, not including his other works like Scrutinized or the definitely one day totally gonna be released Riots with Strangers. You heretic! I make jokes, but in truth it's actually pretty astounding the amount of work that Adam's put into his games, with Welcome to the Game 2 itself being the product of over 2,000 man-hours between pretty much just 2 people, Adam and another developer. Our other person of interest is Mark Fishbach, a YouTuber who's been on the platforms that you know who Markiplier is. Move on. For those of you who don't know, Markiplier famously played Welcome to the Game 2 for a combined 17 hours across 6 different live streams, and it went pretty good. Over the course of each stream, you can see Mark slowly improve his strategy and skill to game, learning new tactics, improving on the ones he already knows, and learning in real time, often the hard way, what to and not to do. But all the while, and in classic Markiplier fashion, he had no issues sharing his true feelings about the game.
But I'm excited about this game. I mean, I don't know if it's actually going to be a good game because the last game was a little bit, I don't know, tedious, to say the least. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing at this, but goddamn it, it's fun. Acting. That's another bullshit thing about this game. It's very hard to restart. God, it's so punishing. Why in the ass would it be as punishing as it is? Damn it, that's impossible! Fuck you! It's fucking impossible! Ah! I hate life! I hate this game! It's so stupid! Fuck you, game developers! I'm gonna fucking say it, because this game is bullshit! This game is fucking bullshit!
Yeah, he felt strongly about it. Now why is this important? Because it establishes motive. Also, I sat through 17 hours of Markiplier playing this game, and I will be damned if I don't put these notes to good use. Look, I even drew pictures! But back to motive. As previously stated, Mark was consistently open about his downright hatred for the game's RNG, stiff difficulty, and wonky mechanics, even calling out the developers as you just saw. But why does this matter? Are we really gonna theorize that Adam fucked with Markiplier's games because he said some mean shit about him? Yes. Why? Because this wouldn't be the first time it's happened. Enter a little video called Welcome to the Troll. Meet Castora. Castoray? Meatcast, a Twitch streamer that frequently played Welcome to the Game 2 after its initial launch and the years that followed. dedicating himself to becoming better at the game despite its near Sisyphean difficulty. And I mean, he played Welcome to the Game 2 a lot, like more than 120 hours in the game a lot, primarily live on Twitch for his viewers to see. However, one fateful day in early 2020 would change all of that. While Cast was playing, he began to wonder how the game's developer, Adam, sourced all the horrific, gory imagery that could be found on the game's different websites.
What even is that sound? Where does Adam get that? Right? Oh my crate, like what the fuck, Adam?
After a viewer commented that Adam seemed like a weird guy, Cast responded with this.
Adam is a weird guy? I can never get a good read on Adam, dude. Like, sometimes I feel like all due respect, because I love his games, I just want to say my honest opinion based off of what I can tell. It's like a read on a person. I've seen different people say different things about Adam. I've seen different people say Adam is like a legitimate psychopath, and he's got like crazy big issues and shit. And then other people say he's really nice.
Now, obviously, that's not nice, and the whole comment was pretty unnecessary. However, what followed next wasn't necessary. As it turned out, Adam was watching the stream, and he didn't much care for Cast's comments. Seemingly out of nowhere, Cast's game became an unwinnable mess, as Adam put him on what he called an auto-script.
Welcome to my channel.
Both Lucas, the Hitman, and the game's secret fifth antagonist, the Dollmaker. Real quick note here, I didn't talk about it earlier, but Welcome to the Game 2 is a secret. Though most players probably won't even come across him, as he's only activated if you go to the Dollmaker's website. Cass never visited that website on the stream, yet, like clockwork. Dollmaker. Now you may be asking, wait, how the hell is Adam able to manipulate Cass's game while he plays? Great question. I don't really know. After reading a few very unhelpful Reddit threads and doing a bit of research, the best explanation I can come up with is that every time you start Welcome to the Game 2, at least whenever this feature existed, your game sent a post request to an external website where Adam was able to see a unique line of code for each player who's connected to the internet while playing. Some people have called this a backdoor into the game, which is the term I'll be using from here on out. From there, it's as simple as him finding out which line of code belongs to the player he intends to mess with, and then, well, sleep yourself.
I accidentally insulted Adam when he was in the stream, so my account got put on an auto script so that the Dollmaker and the Hitman would be active instantly. So, like, my What the fuck was that? I couldn't click on the... Permanent. How am I ever gonna play it? I knew. I just knew. It's just as much of a fucking...
Adam went on to mess with Cast's game for a combined 2 hours, consistently spawning Lucas and the Dollmaker over and over and over. But I mean, it's not too bad, right? I mean, it's an auto-script. Chances are that Adam just put his game on it and then left the stream a while ago. It's still shitty, but oh, wait, no! There was no auto-script! And Adam has spent the last 2 hours manually ruining Cast's game, repeatedly. At first, Cast assumes that it's just a practical joke that Adam's playing on him, but Mr. Flatow wastes no time killing that theory, admitting that he did all of this because Cast called him an asshole. He then goes on to claim that Cast was farming his game for viewers.
I mean, that's what Twitch is.
Before threatening to leak his and Cast's Twitter DMs, to which Castora goes ahead and shows all their messages live on stream. Adam goes on to block Cast on Twitter and kick him from the official Reflect Studios Discord server. is, though, proved that Adam can and has fucked with people's streams in the past, all because of a single insult against him. Now that we know that, were there any times in which Mark made insults toward—
Fuck you! It's fucking impossible! Fuck you, game developers! I'm gonna fucking say it, because this game is bullshit! This game is bullshit! It's fucking stupid! And it's broken, and your hack games are inconsistent! It's so fucking bullshit! It's fucking bullshit! I don't care who knows it! It's fucking bullshit!
So we have our motive, and we have our means. Hell, we even know that Adam was watching at least a few of Mark's streams thanks to Mark visiting his Twitter.
Whoa, shit, are they gonna fuck with my game?
And from a few now deleted tweets of Adam's live reactions. It seems pretty open and shut. Mark incurred the wrath of Adam from Reflect Studios due to his consistent anger and criticism of both the game and its developers. And Adam, who we've just proved has the ability to do so, punished Mark like he punished Cast, making his game unwinnable. Or did he?
So, here's the part of the video where things get a little bit nebulous. You see, I would love to be able to say to you that I can prove without a shadow of a doubt that Adam fucked with Markiplier's game. However, it doesn't seem very likely. After taking pretty extensive notes on all 17 plus hours of Markiplier's stream in the game, how long he was on his Wi-Fi, all of his deaths, what Adam was able to do with the game at the time of his current build, it doesn't this game. Trust me, I wish that I could say that he did, because it would have made for a much better story. But after reviewing all of this stuff, it seems pretty likely. And if anything, that shows that someone is going to be. Let me explain.
As previously stated, I went ahead and took a ton of notes on all of Markiplier's streams. 17 hours worth of Welcome to the Game 2 content, just so I could fully familiarize myself with the mechanics of the game, as well as be able to properly suss out the development. I analyzed every single game over that he experienced, matched it up with the mechanics of the game that we knew to be true, and even kept a timer for how long Mark was on every Wi-Fi connection, all to see if there was any amount of manipulation afoot. And honestly, there really wasn't. The most suspicious thing I saw was in the 6th and final stream, in which Mark dies to Noir 2 times in a row, in a death that even the game's Wikia describes as an obscure insta-kill. Again, it's not conclusive evidence that the game was rigged, but it is weird that something that most people call obscure or a pseudo-glitch happened 2 times in a row. Another hole in this theory is the timeline itself. You see, Adam released his troll update for Welcome to the Game 2 in early May of 2020, whereas Markiplier's streams of the game took place throughout April 2018. Now, you can make the argument that someone as tech-savvy as Adam the Web Pro could have had access to this sort of feature since the game's initial release, but that would require looking to the specific dev tools in the earlier patches of the game, none of which would be an easy task, at least if you're me. So again, you could make the argument that Adam had the ability to run the Markiplier game all the way back to 2018, but it was really only
So you see what I mean? There really is no definitive way to say for certain that he messed with the game on current available information. Yeah. However, let me ask you a question. Why are we talking about this? Like, why is this a thing? Should developers really be able to mess with our games when we play them? What kind of ethical issues does that bring up overall? Somebody should make a YouTube video about that. That's right, assholes. This whole video was a red herring to talk about the real topic of the video. Ethics and player experience! So let's talk about developer tomfoolery in video games. For the sake of relevancy, as well as the fact that it's, fun to talk about, I'm going to be using Adam and his troll update as the main crux of the argument here, because his implementation and subsequent abuse of said update really bring up our biggest ethical questions here. The first being, is it ethical for developers to have access to our games while we play them, if that kind of access can be abused? And 2, if that is okay, what does proper implementation and trolling in this sense actually look like? To get an idea of what I mean, interacting with their players while they play.
Take the devs of the game Blackout Club, for example. Blackout Club is a co-op horror game that features a group of teenagers trying to unearth the truth behind some paranormal events happening in a local town. The game is novel for its enhanced horror feature that, when opted into, allows for players' voices to be recorded and potentially responded to by the actual developers of the game. Their responses are oftentimes just vague allusions to the game's greater lore. The developer interaction with players don't go much further than that. Honestly, it's a pretty neat little feature that adds a whole new aspect of replayability and intrigue to the game. Another example is Cluster Truck, a game that's become nearly ubiquitous with its developers' sudden appearances during live streams. Just look up Cluster Truck dev trolling, and you'll find a veritable treasure trove of examples of them joining random streamers and, let's say, enhancing the gameplay.
That means so much to me. Oh. Oh my god.
These developer cameos can range from just them taking the piss with the game's text overlay feature to adding entirely new obstacles like missile barrages, loss of gravity, and all kinds of other weird shit. And as opposed to a backdoor like Welcome to Game 2's case, Cluster Truck instead makes use of Twitch integration, a feature that streamers can opt into to allow their audience, and sometimes the devs, to dictate what happens in their game. You're probably noticing a trend. In most, if not all of these instances of developers messing with their players, most, if not all of them, are find the experience to be, well, really cool, rewarding. Brilliant.
This is super cool.
And on the face of it, I agree. Most, if not all of these devs only actively mess with their players with intentions of either enhancing the game itself or just playing a practical joke. One that most of the time, players are happy to be a part of. And this is sort of the main defense that Adam and his fans have used when it comes to defending the troll update's existence, is that at the end of the day, it was only going to be a joke. True to this defense, there are a few recorded instances in which Adam messes with streamers' games in a mostly unintrusive and just sort of meme-y way, whether that be through playing music over the in-game PC's browser, writing the little notes in-game, or just adding the occasional mild inconvenience.
Marvelous. Welcome to my channel.
Where did that plane from?
If that were all he did, then I'd probably not be making this video right now, since this sort of thing is just kind of tame and innocent. But as Adam's shown us, this feature can absolutely be abused.
Before we go on, though, I want to talk a little bit about that defense that Adam's fan base had. This is way too much fucking white space. Maddie, hand me the Markiplier. So before we go on, let's talk about the defense that Adam and his fan base had about the troll update's existence, because the official story that Adam has said was that this was primarily made to entertain an audience. A lot of his fans quote that there was nothing wrong with this, primarily use that as a defense. However, let's actually talk about it, because I'm not in love with that defense. You see, who was the troll update made for? Because I'm willing to bet it wasn't made for you and me. No, the troll update was made for a very specific person, Adam himself. If you were watching Adam troll people on different streams and you found that amusing whatsoever, that was a pleasant byproduct of what was essentially, at the end of the day, supposed to be Adam just fucking around and playing God for the hell of it. And come on, you really gonna tell me that in that 2-hour trollathon that Adam had against Cast, in which he actively admitted to him that he was doing this because he called him an asshole and he was pissed off and threatened to leak his DMs, that he did the entire 2 hours of ruining his game to be entertaining, to entertain his audience? No. It was vengeful, it was vindictive, and it was amusing to only one person. And I bet you can guess who.
But jokes or not, let's talk about the issue with indie devs being able to manipulate and ruin your game while you play. Even if the official reasoning behind it is for the sake of some lighthearted fun, it's still ultimately signing up unknowing consumers of your game up for an experience that, in most cases, they didn't actively opt into. At least in the case of Welcome to the Game 2. You see, unlike Backroom Club that allows you to decide whether you want to enable the dev tomfoolery or not, or Cluster Truck and its Twitch integration, Welcome to the Game 2 had no such feature.
Well,
when the troll update was in effect, there was no way for you to be able to
gotta
opt
go
out
to
of
work.
It, essentially making the risk of Adam's manipulation of your game
Catch you
a
tomorrow.
reality every time you opened it. To make matters worse, and I could be wrong here, but I
BBS.
wasn't able to find any
TNX for calming
documentation of
jets.
Adam announcing this update to the game.
I gotta work.
Now, he may have made
I would play more, but I gotta work.
Completed or Maybe I'm just not
Yeah.
the obscure dev post hidden
I got it.
somewhere on the internet. But the way it looks right now
Thanks.
is that Adam created and released
I'm gonna have fun
a
making
page
tortillas.
without telling people.
Thanks.
And it was only discovered that he had the